The book version of this entrepreneurship course was voted as the #1 most popular business book of the year by Business Insider readers. Chris Haroon created this course along with the book that it's based off of. Chris is a best-selling course creator, author, business school professor, and MBA graduate from Columbia University.
Business schools do a pretty good job of providing students with theoretical frameworks, which can sometimes be applied to real-world problems. However, quite often they overlook the most crucial and practical business lessons, like how to network, how to find customers, or how to get a job. If you want to learn how to get a meeting with almost anyone, or take your career to the next level, then this course is for you. I've worked at Goldman Sachs. I've met with top business people, including Bill Gates, Warren Buffett, and the founders of the biggest technology companies. And at the end of all my meetings with these visionaries, I've always asked them for advice on what made them so successful. And a lot of what they taught me is not taught in business school. So I put together a list of every lesson, and I've included it in this book and in this course. These lessons will help you take your career to the next level. It's exciting to reinvent yourself in ways that you never thought were possible, until you realize it is possible. Anything is possible, as many of my students that have taken this course have realized. I put all of my business knowledge and passion into this course, and I'm humbled to say that Business Insider wrote an article stating that my book, 101 Crucial Lessons They Don't Teach You in Business School, was voted as the #1 business book of the year. Also, Forbes magazine stated that this book is one of 6 books that every entrepreneur needs to read right now. So let me teach you about these crucial business lessons. Let's step out of business school and into the real world as we take your career to the next level. In November of 2015, one of my clients, when I worked full-time in venture capital, had an extra ticket to go to the Tony Robbins event called UPW, meaning Unleash the Power Within, down in Los Angeles. And so I graciously accepted, and I went down. And in LA, I think it was at the Staples Center or a very large convention center. There's 10,000 people in the audience. It was crazy. It was awesome. And it was a 4-day event. And we went through a lot of exercises, goal setting workshops, etc. And then including walking across hot fired coals on the Saturday night. And Tony conditioned us, Tony Robbins, and I actually ended up meeting him another time for business-related reasons. Really nice guy. And when I shook his hand like wrapped around my hand. He's a big dude, but a really nice guy as well. But what he did was on the Saturday night of that 4-day event back in 2015, he had us walk across boiling hot coals, like it looked like lava. And he conditioned us to believe in our mind that we're not going to feel any pain at all. He conditioned us to do that. And so I walked across the coals and I didn't feel any pain at all. It was exhilarating. And of course I had lots of fire hoses there just in case, whatever. I didn't feel any pain. It was amazing. And I went back to my hotel. It was actually an Airbnb that night in LA. And I couldn't sleep because I was excited, but also because there's blisters in my feet and I had to take a bunch of Advil. My feet were fine though. But that event kind of changed me. It really changed me. And on the Sunday of that 4-day event, what Tony Robbins did was he said that write down your goals. And he then said, I want you to think of one particular goal that you've been kind of putting off for a while in your life. And what I want you to do is I want you to write down that goal. And I also want you to write down a deadline date. Okay, most people don't set deadline dates for goals. And so what I did was I was writing this book for a couple of years, and it's this book back here, of course, 101 Crucial Lessons They Don't Teach You in Business School. And every time I met with somebody very, very successful, I'd ask for advice and I'd document it. And then what happened was I wrote down a deadline date that Sunday before I flew back home, the fourth day of the conference. And I wrote, I'll finish this book in 2 or 3 weeks. And I flew home, and it was a Sunday night. Then on a Monday morning, I went into work, and there's 3 general partners of ours in the firm, myself included. And I just wasn't into it. My heart wasn't into work that day. And so around noon that day, on that Monday, I said, I'm gonna go home, guys. I'll see you. I'm just not feeling it. And they were cool. They're like, all right, Chris, we'll see you tomorrow or whenever, right? So, and I could do that because there's 3 of us that own the fund. So I went home and I started writing a little bit on that Monday. And then I couldn't stop. It was like that Jerry Maguire movie. And when Tom Cruise was writing that business plan. And I wrote for 3 days straight, basically. And by Wednesday, I published the book. And you all know how to publish a book. It's easy to do. You can always go to haroonventures.com/writebook, all lowercase. But I published it by that Wednesday. And, what wonderful things started to happen to me in my life. I felt exhilarated. And I ended up not really going back to work. I kind of did for a while, but I wasn't into it. But that changed me, that event. And that led me to want to just live my life on my own terms and embrace my passion, which is teaching. And up to that point, I had been teaching during the evenings at a couple San Francisco Bay Area business schools, MBA and undergrad, which I loved doing. And I would always teach during the evenings, and I was never exhausted. I felt like I just woke up. I felt alive. It was amazing. And so what I want to do is I actually want to go through this book, and I created a bunch of exercises for you. So welcome to E1-2. That's Entrepreneurship Semester 1, class number 2. And as always, please make sure you have the appropriate workbook open today. It's really important that you download the book today or have it open in Google Docs, whatever works for you. You can use Google Docs, Word, or PDF because it's over 50 pages today. And within the book, you'll see on the cover page that there's 8 numbers. And so what we're going to do today is we're going to go through the first 8 sections of the book. And again, there's going to be plenty of exercises here as well. And as always, I'll tell you exactly when to go to the book and when to do the exercises. Let me just rearrange my screen here a touch. There's a quote here from this kind of ugly guy who has awful dad humor, but he's a bit humble sometimes. The quote is, "The best entrepreneurs don't think that the glass is half empty or half full. They believe that the glass is overflowing." And I really do believe that. I always see the positives in life. Always, always, always. What we think, we perceive. Your thoughts become reality. We're 28% of the way through this course right now. And so as I mentioned before, we're going to go through this book in a lot of detail. And I published this not only on Kindle, but also Amazon, the print version. And many of my students, I'm so happy to hear, have started to publish their own books as well. And I've got copies of them here. And I also published it on audible.com. I went to acx.com and did it there. And that's the cover of the book from Audible. And I had the cover of the book made by some dude. I can't remember where he is. Actually, no, it was a woman, actually. Her name is Ultra Khan too, on Fiverr.com. And she's based in Bangladesh. And she's great. So she made this cover. Yeah. And then what happened was, I'm humbled to say that per this video here, it was Forbes wrote an article saying this is one of 6 books every entrepreneur should read right now, along with Lean Startup, 0 to 1 by Peter Thiel, The Self-Made Billionaire Effect, Start with Why by Simon Sinek, and The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People by Stephen Covey. I actually went to business school at Columbia with Stephen Covey's kid. Yeah. So this kind of changed my life, this book. And I was very transparent in this book. And I find that it's easier for me to read social media posts or books or articles if they're very, very short. When I was a kid, I loved reading books by Roald Dahl. He made James and the Giant Peach and Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. And that influenced me because Roald Dahl, his chapters were very, very short. And it was just easy for me to go through it. And that's what I did with this book here as well. I kept the chapters very, very short. And I'm humbled to say that it was also the number 3 bestseller, I think the Kindle version, for a while on Amazon. It's since trailed off a bunch, yeah. But I had a lot of fun putting this together. So there's 17 sections in the book. And we're going to talk about the book in 2 different parts. And so, as I mentioned before, the first half of the book is in today's workbook. We're going to do sections 1 through 8. And then next class, we're going to do the second half of the book and discuss sections 9 through 17. Okay, so let me show you what that means. So if you go here to the workbook, you'll see here that this is more than 50 pages. And the page length might be a little bit different depending on how many notes you take in this workbook, as well as if you're using it on a different form factor or PDF version or the Word version, Microsoft Word version, but the contents are the same. And so what I'll do is I will ask you to click on these numbers every now and then to start doing exercises. And I'll make it very, very intuitive to know exactly how to do this and when as well. And so you click here and then you click down here. Now, if you can't see a hyperlink here after you click this, then go up here and just click section 1, 2, 3, etc. And what I did also was I put here the table of contents for the first half of the book. And if you're using the Microsoft Word version of this document or the Google Docs version, you can click on any of these to jump right to these chapters in the book. It doesn't work, I don't think, on the PDF version. So just scroll to where you should be. So I included actually all the content of the book, the first half at least today. And I'll include the next half of the book in next class's workbook. So if you go here to section 1, I talk about here high level what we cover in section 1. I had a lot of fun with 3D images today too. And then if you want, you can type your notes here for lesson number 1. And below each lesson title is the actual text from the book. And don't read this during class. Read it during homework or on the side if you want to. It's optional completely. So you can take notes here on lesson number 1 if you want to and what you've learned. And what you can also do is if you go to the next lesson here, number 2, you can take notes here again. And again, there's a text here from that chapter. They're very short. And you don't have to read the entire thing. You can skim it or read it another day. All right, so let me go back here to the top, just so we're on the same page. Does that work? Oh yeah, good. There we go, good. All right, so as I talk about all 101 lessons in today's class and next class as well, you can take down notes as I just showed you in the workbook you downloaded today. So let's start now with topic number 1. So section number 1 is called Relationships Are More Important Than Product Knowledge. And I have a little catchphrase for all the sections in the book. And so the first catchphrase for section 1 is crucial networking tips to make you more successful. Now, we've covered a bunch of this before, so I'm just going to go over what we've already covered very quickly so I can focus much more attention on the new stuff. But it's always important to reemphasize what I've taught you before because repetition is the mother of all skill. Okay, so the very first lesson is Steve Jobs' winning strategy, how to get anything you want. And if you're watching the replay, meaning the non-live version of this lecture, what you can do if you want is you can actually go to chapter 1 here, or I should say lesson number 1 by going here. And what you can do is just click on this video here to watch a short video of Steve Jobs. And if you don't want to click on this, you can just search for 3 words in YouTube, which are Steve Jobs Ask. And you will never get anything you want in life if you don't ask. And when we were younger, growing up, we were kids, we asked our parents all the time for stuff. Like my youngest one drives me crazy. I love him though. He says, "Dad, can I have some candy?" I'll say, "No." Literally a minute later, he'll say, "Can I have some candy now?" "No." And then he'll ask again, like 5. He's relentless. And then what happens is you stop asking once you've been conditioned to stop doing that for whatever reason. And you can be tactful when you ask and not overdo it and upset people, obviously. But what happens is once we're done with high school, for a lot of us, when we go to a university or start our first job, whatever it is, we don't really ask for anything because we learn that if we keep our heads down and we get good grades, then everyone's proud of us and life works better. But then what happens is many years into your career, you wake up one day and you look around and you think to yourself, my goodness, why are all these other people around me getting promoted and not me? Why are all these other less capable people around me getting raises and not me? And you realize, and it might be too late, or it's never too late, but sometimes it takes you till your 40s till you realize this, that if you want a raise or a promotion, you have to ask. Nobody's ever made CEO or ever raised a lot of money as an entrepreneur without asking over and over and over and over again. And do you ever see somebody that is kind of average looking and their significant other is unbelievably attractive? And you wonder what's going on. Why? How did that happen? And it's not always about money, okay? It's because the person that's less attractive, and we refer to this usually as the matching principle in psychology. You know, people that are both very good looking usually end up dating. But there's always an exception and many exceptions. And it's not just about money. It's about the person who is maybe average looking or whatever, just thinking to themselves, I've got nothing to lose and everything to gain. I'm going to keep asking people out over and over and over again because I know that the pain from being rejected a bunch of times is nothing compared to the pleasure, which is massive, of this person saying yes to a date, so to speak. You got to be relentless. And a lot of entrepreneurs are like that as well. They're relentless. They just don't stop. They're aggressive. They're aggressive and they really don't care what people think of them either. And that's why they're very, very successful. They don't give a damn what people think. Yeah. So you got to be the same way as well. Sorry, my stomach's grumbling here. I got this new Ninja Bullet thing and it's my new diet here. Yeah. Kale, blueberries, etc. Gives me energy. So you got to ask. If you want anything in life, you got to ask over and over and over and over and over and over again. Kind of like Michael Jordan. I failed over and over and over again, and that's why I succeed. Don't forget that, please. Don't forget that. You got to ask. Ask often. Be a pain in the neck. And don't give a damn if you get rejected. Who gives a damn? You know, J.K. Rowling, she got rejected by like 29 or 30 publishers. She didn't give a damn that people thought she was a failure. Who cares? On the 30th, they said yes, and she's a billionaire now. All right, let's move on now to number 2, how to get a job and why sending in a resume can be a waste of time. There is a better way. But even if you have an amazing resume and an amazing LinkedIn profile, it's not enough. You're going to have to network like crazy. You're going to have to do a ton of informational meetings. That's how you get jobs in this new digital reality. That's just how it works. Because if you apply online, you're one of 1,000 people applying for a job. And the dude that gets the job is usually the one that knows somebody at the company. So, and we've covered this a lot before, so I'm going to skip over this one here. But your network is your net worth. Yeah. All right. Next up is business is about people and not about what you know. A big rookie mistake is going to any business meeting and just talking about business right away. That doesn't matter, dude. It doesn't matter. Most jobs in the world are sales. And most CEO roles, you're a salesperson. And if you're a partner in a law firm, don't be a partner in a law firm. But if you're a partner in a law firm or in a venture capital firm, you're a salesperson as well. So how do they do it? Well, they do it by bonding. And we've talked a lot about this before, bond before business. So business is about people and not what you know. It's important to reinforce that. Now, what you have to do also is, I knew a guy who is the head of government sales at IBM in DC. And I had dinner with him one night with him and with Mohit Aaron who's the founder of a great company called Cohesity, when I was on Mohit's board. And it was a great dinner. We had dinner in Palo Alto. And because this dude was at IBM and in a very senior role, I asked him, I said, how did you get to where you got? And he talked about how he learned a lot from working actually in politics. And I said, oh, what do you mean by that? He said, well, in the early 90s, I worked for George Bush Sr. in the White House. And I was like, oh my gosh, this is amazing. I got to ask you questions. And so I asked him, I said, can you please give me the most important lesson you learned from working in the White House for Bush Sr.? Why was he successful? And this guy told me, he said it's because Bush Sr. would treat people like celebrities and celebrities like people. So if you ever meet a celebrity or somebody very senior in your company, just treat them like a normal person. They'll feel uncomfortable if you treat them any differently. And if you meet somebody who's not so important, whatever, I don't know how you classify what not so important means, treat them like a celebrity as well. Ask a lot of questions. Ask them a lot of questions. Where'd you grow up and that sort of thing, and just learn from them, just bond. And don't forget to say people's names at least once or twice during a longer conversation. It's more personable that way. And after you meet with anybody, connect with them immediately on LinkedIn as well, and just remember their name. And I'm going off script here, but while you're talking to them, what you got to do is you got to visualize and think about how you're going to remember their name. And so when I was 19, I actually did the Dale Carnegie public speaking program. And there was this woman named Cynthia Mustacho. And I met her once there, back when I was 19, like ages ago, last century. And her name was Cynthia Mustacho. But I remember thinking to myself, every time I see her, I'm going to think she has a big mustache. And so that's how I remember Cynthia Mustacho. And you got to do the same thing as well. What you can do is when you meet people, because it's really embarrassing, man. Like if you go to a party or something and you forget somebody's name, it's embarrassing to just say, hey, you, which is what I do sometimes, to be intellectually honest. But what I do, it's awful for me. It's the worst for me because my wife's name is the same name as me. Her name is Christine. I'm Chris. So everybody remembers Chris and Christine. And so we go to parties, and I do this actually. I probably shouldn't tell you this trick, but I'm going there anyway. I don't care. Fully transparent as always. So if Christine is beside me at a party and there's somebody beside me and I have no idea what their name is, I forget, I go like this. I scratch my neck. And then Christine jumps in and introduces herself. And at the end of the night, I've lost like 8 layers of skin. Just kidding. On my neck. Yeah, but it works. But you got to remember people's names and do name association as well, if you can. And so when you meet somebody, if their first name is similar to a rock star's name or the same as a rock star's name, then just think of it that way. Like if you meet somebody named Bob, just think of Bob Dylan, singing a song or in an interview saying, "Hey," you can't really understand it, but it's silly visualization. I get it, but you'll never forget it. Yeah. All right. Next, and also, not just rock stars, but think of actors as well when you meet somebody, or something really, really silly, like Cynthia Mustacho. Okay, moving on. All right, next up, I want you to meet people, have fun, and learn. And there's no reason why I threw in Baby Yoda here, other than the fact that I think that Baby Yoda is adorable. No, but in all seriousness, when I went down to Wall Street to work at Goldman, I was so nervous, man. I was nervous because I thought, and I remember at that time really well, I had Nirvana's song in my head, Dumb. Nirvana had one of their early albums. It was great. There's a song called Dumb. And it goes, I think I'm dumb. I think I'm dumb. And I remember when I was at Goldman, I remember thinking to myself, if I don't say anything ever to anybody, they might think I'm dumb. But if I actually open my mouth and start talking, they'll know I'm dumb. And then the Kurt Cobain track would go on and on and on in my head. Perception becomes reality. You got to get that out of your mind. And so I told myself 3 things which assuaged my concerns. When I went down, and in hindsight, I would have told myself 4th thing. The 4th thing would have been, God already knows what's going to happen. So just Don't worry. Just enjoy it. Don't question your faith. But the three things I told myself at the time when I went down to Goldman was, and I love the power of three, as you know, in all my presentations and in everything. What I would say was, all I want to do is I want to meet people, have fun, and learn. That's it. Those are my goals. That's it. And it was great because I met a ton of people. My network is amazing, partially because of that. I enjoyed it. I had fun. I never saw it as work because I conditioned myself to enjoy it. And I learned a ton. And once you stop learning, you got to move on to another job. So if you're ever nervous about a new job, don't worry, because when you start a brand new job, I don't care how old or young you are, they're not going to give you like mission critical stuff right away, especially when you're younger. You're not going to show up first day and they're going to say, write me a proposal on if IBM should buy Red Hat, which they already did. But you know what I mean? Don't worry. When you show up, you go through a training program, or you'll get mentors, whatever, or you'll photocopy like I did, which I did with pleasure because I read all this stuff when I was photocopying when I worked at Accenture, and I learned. Meet people, have fun, and learn. All right. Next up, we've got the importance of sincere gratitude. And so this is a great book here by the Dalai Lama called The Art of Happiness, which I read on my honeymoon, actually. And I read this actually, we were in Bali, and I bought the book and I read it there. It's such a beautiful place to read that book too. I loved it. And the Indonesian people were so nice. Oh my God, they were incredible. But read this book if you get a chance, because it will really help you understand the importance of gratitude. Be grateful for something different every day. And with my kids, when I put them to bed and we say prayers, and my oldest one, Andrew, he's too cool for school, whatever. I don't do prayers anymore. But he's older, whatever. But my other two kids, I do. And during prayers, I ask them to thank God every night for something new. And so we've been doing it for years. It's getting crazy now. They're like, thank you, God, for blue Smarties. But you know what I mean? If you're grateful for something different, see if we're still recording. Okay, good. If you're grateful for something different every single day, it'll get you into peak mental state. And so I practice gratitude every day before I get up. I say a prayer and I thank God for 10 things in this order always. Andrew, Matthew, Dylan, Christine, Mom, Dad, Jamie, Kate, Elizabeth, and my students. You. So anyway, that's what I do. And Andrew, Matthew, Dylan are my kids. Matthew, Andrew, Dylan, M-A-D, or Dylan, Andrew, Matthew, D-A-M. Yeah, Mad or Damn. Yeah. Now you'll never forget the initials of my kids, Mad or Damn. There we go. So practice gratitude, please. A lot. Focus on the beautiful things you have in your life, not the material things, but friends, loved ones. Your parents are going to love you no matter what happens. No matter what happens, they're going to love you forever. And so are your kids, your spouse, whatever, your buddies, that sort of thing. Be grateful for what you have, and don't buy things, buy experiences. Okay, next up, your alma matters. Okay, where you went to school, the network matters a lot. And so keep in contact. It's a wonderful thing because a lot of times you'll learn more from your fellow classmates than you will from your teacher. It's true. So one of the best networks you can have is a school network. And you don't have to go to Harvard Business School for that. Any network, really. Any network. So your alma matters. Just remember that. Okay. Next up is a crucial post-meeting networking best practice. So it's really simple. After every single meeting you have in business for the rest of your life, that day, I want you to connect with that person or the people you met that day using LinkedIn. Please do it. Because your net worth is your network, so to speak. And when people size you up and they look at who you are and which contacts you have in common, if you have a lot of secondary connections with somebody, meaning contacts in common or whatever it is, then they're more likely going to take you a little bit more seriously. Yeah. Costs you nothing too. All right. And then I think that's it. Yeah, we're done now with section number 1, which is relationships are more important than product knowledge. And so what I want you to do now, please, is I want you to go to your workbook and I want you to click on number 1, meaning section 1, okay, on the front page. So I'll do that and I'll come right back here. So if I'm the first page now, I'm going to click here on number 1. And if you can't click on this for some reason, then what you can do is just click up here on section 1. It's the same thing. Okay. So, and that will take us right here to section 1, relationships are more important than product knowledge. Okay. Now what I want you to do is I want you to spend 3 minutes, please, right now, writing down notes on how you can apply the lessons that we just talked about in section 1 to enhance your career. And I wrote here, Chris will show you how to do this during class. Okay, I guess I'll show you how to do this during class. And I wrote that myself. So all you do is you just go here and you just write notes. It's that simple. And if you're using the PDF version, I actually set up this field here so that if you type a lot of notes, a vertical scroll bar will appear here so you can keep writing notes forever. So yeah, take 3 minutes. And what I want you to do is I want you to think about how you applying the lessons in section 1 can enhance or improve your career or your life, make you happier. So what you'll do is this, it's pretty easy. You'll write something here if you want to, okay? It's optional. And you can read the chapters later if you want. You can write something here, lesson 2. It's optional. And let me just go to 5 here. 6, whatever. Yeah, write down here the important sincere gratitude. Type your notes here, how this can enhance your life. Okay. So just do that for up until section 2, meaning do it for the first 8 lessons here. And it's optional. If you don't know what to write in one of the boxes, just leave it, or you can even do it for homework. So you got 3 minutes to do this. Go. Section 2, Be long-term greedy. Use these crucial long-term strategies and watch your net worth soar. So this here is Mars in a Cybertruck, Elon Musk's Cybertruck. It's tough to see. I screwed up the graphic there. Let me go back here. But I included it for a reason in the 3D model. And I did it because Elon Musk is so long-term focused that he ignored all the naysayers when it comes to creating battery-operated cars. He ignored the naysayers that tell him that he shouldn't try to get into the industrial car market as well, meaning trucks. He ignores the naysayers by thinking about colonizing Mars. Out there, I know, but he's very long-term focused. And that's one of the many reasons why he's extraordinarily successful. All right, let's talk about the first lesson here. The longer the view, the wiser the intention. And that's a wonderful street there, that graphic of Lombard Street, which is here in San Francisco. It's a very long and winding road. Yeah, so you got to be very, very long-term focused. And Warren Buffett said, the longer the view, the wiser the intention. I completely believe in it. You got to be very, very long-term focused. Don't just chase trends here and there. What's a hot market now? What's a hot market tomorrow? Whatnot. Think longer term. Write your 10-year goals out and figure out how you're going to make those 10-year goals become a reality. Be long-term focused. Fill that gap. Just be long-term focused. And the best entrepreneurs I know are the ones that are very, very long-term focused. So just write down your goals often and think longer term. Okay. Next up, we've got learn, earn, return. Watch this video here. I'm on the board of this charity. Watch this.
We've always been told we're not smart enough. They say we lack the talent to get to the next level, that we don't care enough about our community. Together we breathe different. The air is different where we're from. It's a place where greatness is organic and homegrown, where the journey to greatness is watered and nourished with the sweat and tears of hard work, humbly rooted in the deep soils of discipline and sacrifice. This place is not meant for everyone. We're a family, and we set the bar high. We push further than anyone else. We sacrifice anything, at any time, and we live every moment chasing greatness. Life Skills Performance is our game changer. We don't eat until everyone is eating. It's not about us anymore. It's about our family, our community. Academic performance is our ultimate weapon. Knowledge is power, and it cannot be taken away from us. Sports performance is our secret. We don't train just to train. We train to be the best. Mediocrity is not acceptable. Pain is temporary. Quitting is forever. In our family, we're hungry for greatness. Hard work is all we know. We understand the difference between good and great, and that's why we prepare, so that no one can take away what is ours. Greatness inspires greatness at the Limo Farm.
So I'm very proud and humble to say that I'm on the board of directors of the Limo Foundation. It's an amazing organization, and the founder there, David, who has given the speech, he's so inspirational. He's amazing, and I believe that everybody deserves a second chance. And he always says that you need to learn, earn, and then return. And I completely believe it. And let me tell you a little bit more about David, because I think we all do deserve a second chance. So David's brother is on death row for yeah, I'm not going to go there, but you can probably guess why. And so David, he grew up in East Palo Alto. And East Palo Alto, in America, like in America, you get really rich area and then kind of a scary neighborhood pretty quickly. It's a land of extremes sometimes, as much as I love this country. But in East Palo Alto, the high school graduation rate is only 40%. And there's a lot of deadbeat fathers. I don't think there's such thing as a deadbeat mother. And so David actually got a scholarship to go to a great school called Junipero Serra. It's a private all-boys school. And I was going to send my kids there as well. And I went to an event there, a charity event, and he gave a great speech that inspired me and changed my life. And in that school, there's a lot of athletes there too, like Greg Jeffries, great baseball player, went there. So did Barry Bonds, and the best quarterback in history is, I can't remember his name right now, but you guys all know his name. Yeah, and he's dating Giselle, I think. Anyway, Tom Brady, I think, yeah. But when I saw David give a speech there, and by the way, I decided not to send my kids to that school. They all go to public school, which is I think it's better than prep. I won't go there. If you want to ask why, I'm happy to go there too. But in that event, David was a keynote speaker, and he said something that changed my life. And he grew up in East Palo Alto, and he got a scholarship to go to that school. But he said, don't expect to accomplish your dreams in life unless you help others accomplish theirs first. Let me say that again. Don't expect to accomplish your dreams in life unless you help others accomplish theirs first. I believe in that. I really do. And David has turned his life around as well. He actually spent time in jail as well for robbing a Safeway grocery store here when he was a kid. Everybody deserves a second chance. And so what we do in the Limo Foundation, and I've donated a lot of money for scholarships there, et cetera, and I'll continue to do so, is what we do is the people that work at Limo, they'll pick up these kids from really poor areas in the morning. They'll give them full scholarships to the best private schools. They'll drive them to school. Then after school is done, so that they don't get into trouble doing bad stuff or whatever it is, after school is done, they'll bring them back to the Limo headquarters, which is close to East Palo Alto. And they have a sports facility, as you saw in that video, and a lot of computers as well. And then what they'll do is they'll help the students with their homework if they need help. Then they'll drive them back home by 7 or 8 o'clock at night. And they do this every day, every weekday. And it's a wonderful thing because you're giving a chance to all these underprivileged kids from tough backgrounds. And I love them to death. You know, I love them so much more because they come from a tough background. And there's potential to everybody. And I got to show you, going off script again, but whatever, eh? So I want to show you these kids. They're amazing. And the reason I created my course, the entire MBA 1 course, was because of Limo. So what I did was, if I go to my homepage, if I scroll down to the bottom here, charity, yeah, it's here, I think, yeah. So yeah, these are the charities I'm involved with. So here's Limo Foundation. And this is them. They're amazing. They're incredible. But there's also pictures here I want to show you as well. So right here, this here is it'll scroll through in a second here. So this here is a picture of one of the amazing Limo students. And this is me in January of 2016, a day that changed my life. And what happened was I told David, I said, David, why don't you let me teach all the Limo students on a Saturday? And I'll call it an entire MBA in one day. And I handmade all these degrees for them. And that was at the end of that one day. And I gave my book as well. These kids are great. And I want to show you this, actually. This is what I want to show you. The kids that were there that day, they range from the ages of 9 to 17. And we spent 12 hours there. And this was actually in Longitude Capital's venture capital headquarters in Menlo Park. It was Patrick, one of the guys on the board, let us use his office. Good dude. And actually, Lilika, right here, she graduated. I think she was at the San Francisco Art Institute after she finished high school, and she's on my board as well. I'm proud to say. And this dude here is 9. And the oldest here was 17 at the time. And the whole day when I was teaching them, and the course is only 8 hours on Udemy, but the version here, I made it 12 hours, a bit longer. And the whole day when I was teaching them this, every one of these kids, including this dude here, who's 9, their eyes were wide open all day. Like they weren't blinking. They were just, oh my God, like somebody's paying attention to me. This is awesome. Their questions were brilliant. And what fires me up is getting people that have been given a crappy set of cards in life and helping them achieve their dreams. That fires me up. That makes me more happy than me accomplishing my own dreams. And there's potential in everybody, which is why I do what I do. And all these kids have gone on to do wonderful things so far. And again, this was back in 2016 in January. And I created these degrees for all of them. I went to an art shop and I bought stickers and it was fun. And then what happened was this. That was on a Saturday. Then on, I think it was a Sunday, I put my course online on Udemy, my MBA course. And I think it might have been by a Monday or so that Business Insider wrote an article that got shared hundreds of thousands of times. And it took off. And it changed my life. And everything I do, like teaching all of you, the genesis is that day, which changed my life right there. Don't expect to accomplish your dreams until you help others accomplish theirs first. I really believe in that. And so David said, learn, earn, return. Just remember that. Make that the cornerstone of your life as well and your philosophy. Learn, earn, return. It's simplistic. And throughout your life, like don't wait until you're worth a fortune to return. Give time as well. And I went to Columbia Business School. And I remember it was Henry Kravis. Henry Kravis is the number one private equity dude in history. And I'll show you what it looks like here. So he actually, Henry Kravis, there's more pictures of the students there. So Henry Kravis kind of created the private equity market. We kind of talked about him a bit when we were doing that case study with all the hats with Disney a while back. But Henry Kravis, he went to Columbia and he was a straight C student. Grades don't matter. That's right. And what he did was he actually, he came to school and I was really excited because I thought that Henry Kravis was going to talk about deals. And I read a great book when I was a kid called Barbarians at the Gate, which talks about how Henry Kravis and others bought Nabisco, which stands for the National Biscuit Company, took it private, made a fortune. And so he showed up at Columbia one day to lecture and sort of Warren Buffett one day too, which is cool that he's also an alum there. And I couldn't wait to learn about deals. And he talked for an hour and a half. All he talked about was just not giving money, but giving your time. Of course, he donates money too, but giving your time. And I gained a tremendous amount of respect for him. And he's totally right. He's totally right. You gotta donate your time and do charity work throughout your entire career. Okay. You really, really do. And if you give, you will get. It's prophetic. It's true. It's been true since the beginning of time. Give and you will receive. So just remember that. Learn, earn, return. And to quote David from the Limo Foundation before we move on to lesson 11, don't expect to accomplish your goals or dreams in life until you help others accomplish theirs first. All right, next up is number 11. The harder you work, the luckier you get. All right, and that's, of course, a four-leaf clover. It's true, though. Like, you will get a break. You will get a break. If you're working your ass off and nothing is working out for you in your life, nothing, just keep at it. Keep at it. You will get a break eventually. Like Michael Jordan said, I failed over and over and over again, and that's why I succeed. You will get your lucky break. I promise you, you will one day. And you look back and you'll be grateful to God that you had these potential failures or career setbacks early on because it actually guided you down a different path in life. You might not understand that now, but I promise you will one day. I promise you. Years ago, I was down and out. I did everything right. I worked for somebody. I made him a fortune. He took all the credit, and people loved me on the team. And I was probably too good at my job. And so, yeah, you know what he did to me. And I remember calling my dad and I said, Dad, I don't get it. Like, I work so hard, you know, and I try to be a good person. I try to give back and mentor and do what I can do. And I made the company so much money. And this shark, you know, this awful person who I'll never name, it's just, I'll turn the other cheek, I guess. But I told my dad about it, and he's like, Chris, you won't understand this one day, but you'll look back years from now and you'll be grateful that it happened, because somehow it sent you down a different path. And I said, Dad, that doesn't make any sense. And I said it respectfully. Obviously, I'm very respectful of my parents. And then my dad, he said, Chris, what I want you to do is go to the Old Testament. The Old Testament is kind of the basis for many great religions, whatever. And he said, I want you to read the book of Job, which is prophetic because Job is Job. It's about this guy that lost everything, and he didn't lose his faith. And then much, much later, years later, everything worked out for him, and he kind of understood why things were the way they were. So the harder you work, the luckier you get. You will get that lucky break. Okay, just remember to keep failing over and over and over again and not giving a damn what anybody thinks. And I promise you, I guarantee it, you will get your lucky break. The harder you work, the luckier you get. All right, next up is the most important investment you will ever make. The most important investment you'll ever make is an investment in you. Don't ever be cheap when it comes to education. So if there's a book you want to download or read, and you're like, oh, I don't know, man, it's like $10. I don't know if I should. Don't be cheap. Just do it. You know, subscribe to audible.com. It's like 10 or 15 bucks a month. You can listen to 2 books every month from, I don't know, whoever your inspirations are. Listen to biographies or autobiographies on successful people. They share their blueprint with you. They give. You know, they let their cards be seen by everybody because they've already made it. And a lot of people that are very, very successful, the reason they were successful or became successful is because they gave. Remember in the first couple classes, we talked about that book, Give and Take, and how the richest 1% of people in the world, you know, are givers. The middle 98% are takers. And the poorest 1% are my favorite, the Mother Teresa's of the world that were never concerned about making money, whatever. Yeah. It's so funny, though, because it's coming full circle now. But Mother Teresa, there's this guy that went to that school, Sarah, that David from the Limo Foundation went to. And so the first year I went to that charity event at at Sarah, and I saw Dave give that speech where he said, don't expect to accomplish your goals or dreams until you help others accomplish theirs first. The second year I went back as well. It's another charity event, and I donated. Again, I didn't send my kids to private school because I think public school is better. Whatever. But the second year when I was there, the guy that gave the keynotes, and it was a tough act to follow because David's amazing. The guy that gave the keynote was a guy that went to Sarah as well, who was Mother Teresa's photographer. And he showed us some wonderful pictures. I got to show you something. I'm going off script. I don't give a damn. I'm going to stand up here in my Lululemon sweats and walk around and find something to show you. I almost fell down there, but I'm okay. All right. Here it is. See if it's in the picture. I think it is. Mother Teresa said, peace begins with a smile. I love that. It's so true. It's so true. Peace does begin with a smile. I love her to death. Love her to death. Somebody's got to make a great movie about her. She's probably one of my favorite people that ever walked this great earth. And I'm so humble to say I walked this earth at the same time she did. I never got to meet her. Yeah, but she's wonderful. She's wonderful. And I'll put this up here, actually. Yeah, actually, I'll put it right here so you can see both quotes. Okay. All right. And this here, by the way, if you're curious, is how we can tell if the color is correct when we go into post edit. So I have it face every single camera just to make sure that the color matches. Because when I change the colors behind me, it messes up the pigment in my skin sometimes. Yeah. All right. Because in some videos I look like Ernie or Bert. All right. All right. Next up is yeah. Oh yeah. So in terms of the most important investment you'll ever make, it's an investment in you. Education. Always. Don't ever be cheap when it comes to education. If your dream was to go to, I don't know, Yale Medical School, and you're worried about the money, don't be. Just get in first and then figure it out. You'll figure it out. There's this one guy I was friends with growing up, and his mom used to always brag about him. And his name was Rick, and he got into Yale, and his mom was bragging, saying, my son Ricky, he's so smart. He got into jail. So if your goal is to go to jail or Yale, then but the money's an issue, just get in first, and you get a scholarship. You'll figure it out. If you want something bad enough in life, you'll always figure it out. But when it comes to smaller things in life, like buying a book for education, if you're on the fence, just buy it, dude. Just do it. Don't be cheap when it comes to investing in yourself. It's the best investment you'll ever make, in yourself. All right, next up, we've got learn what not to do. And I had so much fun creating these graphics here. And I was that guy that didn't watch Game of Thrones for years because I tried, and then my kids were around, so I'd have to turn it off. And I'd try again later, and there's 8 million different characters, and I just couldn't keep up. There's too many characters, man. It's complicated, eh? So I included the bad dude there. Something Walker, Ice Walker or something. Bad guy. And I show him because I worked for people that should not be managing people. They're awful people to work for. And I did learn from them because I learned what not to do. And so my attitude could have been negative forever. But I told myself, you know what? 2 things. Number 1, I'm learning how not to treat people. And number 2, this guy is such a jerk that he's actually helping me because he's motivating me to, work hard on getting a better job and improve myself. So I'm never complacent. So when you work for other people, learn what not to do as much as possible. All right, I think I'm going to take that down because I'm not sure about the glare. I think it's fine, but it might mess things up here. But just remember, peace begins with a smile. Yeah. And I've got this great quote here, which I used to use in a lot of my keynotes. And it's from a great poet, American poet, really Renaissance man, actually. And he lived here in San Francisco for a while. His name is Mark Twain. And a lot of people don't realize that San Francisco, although it's California, is not warm. It's cold, especially in the summer. The warm season's the fall. And so Mark Twain once said, the coldest winter I ever spent was the summer in San Francisco. But Mark Twain also said, the 2 most important days in your life are, number 1, the day you're born, and number 2, the day you find out why. And hopefully through the soul-searching process of this entire MBA degree, including today's class and next class on 101 Crucial Lessons, my book, hopefully that will help you to find your why. Okay. All right, so learn what not to do when you work for schmucks. There is light at the end of the tunnel, and it is not an oncoming train. All right. So we are now done with section 2. So what I want you to do now is another exercise. So just go here, click on section 2, or go up here and click on section 2. And then what you're going to do is just take a couple of minutes to write down here your thoughts on how thinking long-term can help your career. Do the same for learn, earn, return if you want to, as well as the hard work you get. All the ones here in number 2 up until you see section 3 here. Okay, great. So you've got 3 minutes to do this. Go. Section 3, avoiding burnout. I wrote here at the top, avoid these crucial landmines and save your career and your life. And it's killing me that there's no end of quote there, or the end of bracket at the end there, but that's good enough. I'm going to leave it here because I want to prove a point that you'll never accomplish anything in life if you try to be a perfectionist. Okay, if you want to, don't be a perfectionist. If you want to vlog or blog or create some sort of YouTube video, and what's holding you back is you don't publish it because it's not perfect and you care what people are going to think, screw it. Just do it. As Sir Richard Branson says, screw it, let's do it. So I'm going to leave that parenthesis. Oh my God, I talk a lot. I'm going to leave that parenthesis or close bracket out of it there. So avoid burnout is section 3. And it is getting hot in here. Speaking of matches. All right, so lesson 14 is what to do the second you return from vacation. And I worked, when I was at Goldman years ago, one of my clients, Rhonda Chang, just a brilliant woman that worked at Manulife, which is a big insurance company that's Canadian. Most people don't realize that. And I was kind of stressed out. And she said, Chris, let me give you some advice. And of course, I didn't take her advice, but I listened to it. Her advice was this: the second you come back from vacation, what I want you to do is I want you to open up your calendar and book your next vacation 6 months out. That's the first thing you should do when you come back from vacation. Open your calendar and book your next vacation 6 months out. Otherwise, you will burn out. You will burn out. Yeah. So it's, and it's, I got to keep remembering this too. So the second you return from vacation, I want you to book your next vacation. All right. Next up is stress will kill you. Don't be the gazelle. I was watching National Geographic years ago, and it was this poor gazelle being chased by I think it was a cheetah or a tiger. I can't remember. And the gazelle was not caught, thank goodness. But National Geographic put sensors on the gazelle to monitor the gazelle's heart rate and other bodily functions. And what happened was this: the gazelle was running for its life. And so obviously the heart was pumping really fast, pumping quickly, getting as much blood as possible, circulating around the body. And what happened was the heart and the mind focused entirely on survival. And as a result, the heart and the mind, I guess, somehow shut down the immune system while the gazelle was running for its life. And the heart and the mind also shut down the reproductive system. And the gazelle aged a bit when it was being chased as well. So the reproductive functions shut down. It aged faster. And also it could get sick quicker because all the heart and mind was focused on was pumping more blood and surviving. That's stress. Stress can kill you. And so the only reason we're supposed to feel stressed like that in our lives is if, going back to caveman times or whatever, you're being chased by a dinosaur or whatever it is, somebody that wants to take your life. That's when you feel stress. Not all the time at work. A lot of times stress is up here. I feel stressed probably because I'm making myself stressed. So don't be the gazelle. Just chill out, man. And what happens is having a baby it's not as easy as most people think that haven't had kids before. We're very blessed that, Christine and I got pregnant pretty quickly with all three boys. We wanted to have a daughter as well. And usually people that have 2 kids have a girl and a boy and they're done. But anyway, I love all 3 of my boys the same. But if we had a daughter, it'd be awesome too. Wholly off topic. But a lot of people, when they're trying to have a child, it's so stressful. And I remember for Christine and I too, the first time we wanted to have a kid, there was a pregnancy test. She bought it. And the second we found out she wasn't, I was like, damn it. It was stressful, because why are we here? It's kids. That's one of the reasons, the why, right? But, and then eventually, obviously things worked out great for us. But we have friends that have tried everything in vitro, spending a gazillion dollars, whatever, trying to have kids. And it's so stressful in their marriage. And then they conclude that maybe we just can't get pregnant. And they do something wonderful. They adopt. Adoption's a beautiful thing. And then what happens is after they adopt, this happens a lot. a couple months later, they get pregnant naturally because they weren't feeling stress. Don't be the gazelle, please. Don't be the gazelle. Just chill out. It's all up here. A lot of the stress, you're doing it to yourself. You're doing it to yourself. It's all up here. Perception becomes reality. So just condition yourself not to be stressed. And maybe what you do every day is, let me go back here. Every day on your daily sheet here, you do what I do, which is when I wake up in the morning, the first thing I do is, I say a prayer, but I also thank God for 10 different things. Maybe what you do as part of your daily sheet here, you can change this if you want to. And at the end of today's lecture, I'm going to remind you where to go get this and how to change this in PowerPoint or other programs. But you can change it so that this is your gratitude section here. So you write down what your gratitude about, or get rid of that section and have a gratitude section, whatever it is, along with writing your goals and your schedule for the next day as well. Okay. Don't be the gazelle, please. All right. Avoid burnout. Avoid burnout. Yeah. All right. Next up, we have got when to take a day off when you're not sick. This is important, dude. So, are you ever kind of in a bad mood because you're kind of stressed out at work and you didn't get enough sleep, whatever, and things aren't going that great at home temporarily, and so you're not feeling great mentally, physically you're fine, but you go to work. And you go to work and you might not be as nice as always, to put it mildly. Or you might be a little bit cold to somebody at work. Or you're supposed to give a presentation and a lot of important people are around and you just stressed out, man. You should never have shown up to work that day to begin with. And so I think it's important to take at least 1 or 2 days off a year when physically you're not sick, but mentally you're not all there. It's important. And you can tell people you're sick because you are. You know, you're mentally kind of just feeling burned out. It's a great investment to make in yourself. And I made this the bottle here red on purpose. It's supposed to be pills. It looks like it's clothing red on the outside. I put the wrong thing on it, whatever. But I did it on purpose to make a point. Just it's a sense of urgency. When you're mentally drained, whatever you do, do not go to work that day. Whatever you do, because it's going to hurt you more than help you. All right.
Lord,
oh, this is the Ten Commandments.
Give these laws unto thy people. Hear me. Oh, hear me. All pay heed. The Lord Jehovah has given unto you these 10 commandments for all to obey.
I love that. That was one of the first movies I ever saw when I was a kid. It was called History of the World Part 1 by Mel Brooks. And my dad took me to the movie. I don't think he realized it was going to be, some parts weren't supposed to be shown to kids, but that was before Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom came out in 82 or 83. Because that movie, Indiana Jones, off script, whatever, Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom, that was the first movie that was that should not have been PG. It should have been AA, which they got rid of. And so because of Temple of Doom, they created something called PG-13, which is another category of rating movies. But that was Mel Brooks, obviously very, very, very funny man. And so I bring up the 10 Commandments. It's not a religious thing here, but those 10 rules are the basis for a lot of laws in many wonderful countries, and the basis for a lot of religions too. But when those 10 rules were made thousands of years ago, they knew, our foremothers and forefathers, that we need to take time off or we'll burn out. It's human nature, which hasn't changed in thousands of years. And, the rule is to rest on the Sunday or Saturday or whatever it is, just 1 day a week. 1 day a week. You got to take off that 1 day a week at least, and spend time with your family, and just focus on getting yourself centered, so to speak. Get outside your body and kind of take a look, see the forest from the trees. Where are you in your life, and what are you here for anyway? And what's your why? What's your long-term goals? Are you happy at work, in your relationships, whatever? Are you bonding enough with your kids? Because by the time your kids are 13 years old, or 12 years old, you already spent 90% of the time you'll ever spend with them. So that's precious, man. Like, screw work if you can every now and then. Just skip work to go to mommy or daddy child breakfast day at school. Because I missed Andrew's years ago, and I don't know why. I must have had an important meeting that was so important I can't remember it today. But I do remember missing Andrew Daddy Day at breakfast at school. So anyway, you can't get that time back. And take as many pictures as you can too before your kids get old. Just savor every second, because they grow fast, man. And my third son, Dylan, my youngest son, he said, "Dad, why is it there's not as many pictures of me as there are from my older brothers, Andrew and Matthew?" And I said, "Of course there's enough. It's the same." And he counted them too, right? Smart kid. So I went to bed that night, and I woke up and I looked at my night table, and there are actually a couple pictures of him and me put in frames. He went and he found them. And they're still there now. And this was years ago. Yeah, you can't get that time back. So just remember that you will burn out if you don't take time off. And it doesn't matter what religion you are in. Who cares? You got to take one day off a week at least, or you will burn out. And they say that God rested on the seventh day. And dude, even there's this amazing company that's it's in New York City, and it's where I buy a lot of my photo equipment from, and it's called B&H. And I bought actually this camera here from B&H, and a lot of my audio equipment as well. This dude as well. I buy from Amazon too. B&H is in New York City, and it was founded in 1973. And it's amazing. Great customer service, great prices. They always have stuff in stock. If they can't, they'll get it for you immediately. Like the lights I'm using up above here, they couldn't find them anywhere. They're out of stock everywhere. And I called them, and they walked through walls for me. They're the best. But you cannot buy anything from them when the sun goes down on Fridays. So let's go there right now. Actually, it's 2:21 New York or San Francisco time, which means it's 5:21 New York time. I don't know if they're probably still. Let's see. You can put stuff in your basket, but you can't buy it. B&H. And I want to show this to you because I want to impress upon you just how they're so awesome, and they still take off a day a week, and they're still amazing. So let me see here. Is it sundown yet? Not yet. But I'm just going to put something in a basket for fun. Okay. Let's go here to microphones. Okay. And let's go to, I've actually got that one running right here as well on this camera. Yeah. And this one too. Scary. All right. So watch this. Add to cart. Let's see what happens. Okay. View cart. Okay. It's still open now. But if I were to do it, and you could try this yourself, in an hour from now, it would not work. It wouldn't work. So anyway, a little off top there. Okay, great. So we're now done with section number 3. And so the exercise is go to your workbook and click here on number 3. Okay. And there's a mistake there. That's my mistake. You won't see this in your version, but I have to change the hyperlink. So the way you do that is this. So you go here. Let me just delete the hyperlink. You go here and it's similar in Word as well. You go to link. And the way you link it is it looks at the table of contents, like heading 1s and heading 2s. So what I want to do is I want to put in section 3. Give me a second. That's section 3 there. Good. Apply. Click here. Good. Yeah, cool. So go here and take 3 minutes to complete all the lesson boxes here if you want to. Again, it's optional. So you got 3 minutes to do this. Go. let's move on to topic number 4. So topic number 4 is called Create Off-the-Charts Confidence, Wear That Superman Cape. And at the top there, it says, crucial confidence lessons to help your career take off. I love this section. I love this section because confidence is entirely up here. It's a light switch. Just flick it on. Just flick it on. Okay. All right. So the first lesson that we're going to talk about here in section number 4 is that there are no limits. There are no limits. And that's a Ford Mustang down there because Henry Ford said, whether or not you think you can do it, you are right. Let me say that again. Whether or not you think you can do it, you are right. It's all up here. I know it sounds so simplistic, but confidence is merely a light switch. So just remember, the past does not equal the future. So if something brings you down confidence-wise, it never happened. Erase it from your mind, or at least don't think about it at all. Whether or not you think you can do it, you're right. It's all up here. There are no limits except the limits that we set for ourselves. Okay, number 19 is the glass is always full. Always full. And for those of you not familiar with that term, there's a saying that if somebody sees a glass that has water up to the halfway mark, negative people will say, the glass is half empty. And positive people will say, no, the glass is half full. So perception becomes reality. You know, it's like the Rodin sculpture, I think, therefore I am. And so this glass here is not half full. It's overflowing in my mind. And people think that I'm naively positive. But I think the most positive people in the world are the only ones that can change the world. Okay, I think all of you, if you're very positive, you can put your dent in the universe and change the world as well. So I got to be careful because this thing is really overflowing. Whoa. All right, the glass is not half full. It's overflowing. My cup overfloweth with optimism. All right, next up, we have got a balanced life means you're more productive in business. And we talked about this before, so I don't go into too much detail on that. But you know, there are many people in life that are incredibly well-rounded. You know, they're in great shape. They have a great family life. You know, they've got a great social life. They do well at work. They're happy because they're balanced. And so if you're balanced, and if you take your breaks as well, meaning take that one day off per week, then you'll be much more successful as well. I want to go back now. I'm really curious to see if B&H is open right now. And I have to bring this up because, I mean, this inspires me, dude. So B&H, again, they take that one day off a week. Let's see here. Since 1973, it looks like, no, they're still open, but I will come back to this in a little while. Let's go begin checkout. I'm not going to buy this, obviously. Okay, it doesn't say anything yet. Okay, but once we're sundown in New York, that's when this will go to. They'll shut it down. Okay, sundown in New York. I know it's crazy, but it's 7:01 p.m. Okay, so so an hour and 15 minutes. I'll try again later. But if you're balanced in life, you'll be much more productive. And don't forget to fill out that daily schedule as well, because that will help you be much more balanced. All right, let's move on. Number 21 is Luigi. That's from Luigi's Mansion. Okay. Number 20, it's great having kids because you get to be a kid all over again. Yeah. So number 21 is you're never as nervous as you sound. You know, although you might not think you're confident, and you might think you don't look confident when you're up there on the stage in front of the world, when you feel nervous, you don't look or sound nervous. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. And who gives a fuck what anybody thinks of you anyway? I don't care. That's what you got to tell yourself. Okay, Luigi. All right, next up, we've got avoid those people. Okay, and I had to have another video game reference here, not just Nintendo, but this here is for, I guess, PS4 and an Xbox. That's a character who I'm embarrassed to say is Canadian in the game. His name is Trevor. He's a bad person. And he is from Grand Theft Auto 5. And I'm smiling because in one scene, he has a Canadian accent as he takes on the U.S. military. It's a little bit funny, but he's a bad dude. And you got to avoid those people. And when I say those people, I mean anybody that hurts your confidence or brings you down. You know, you're not a tree. You can move. Move away from these people. Cut them out of your life. That's right. That's right. Get them out of your life. You know, if you've got a little bird on your shoulder, or a devil or whatever it is, saying you're not good enough, you're not good enough, you're not good enough, get rid of that person. Get it out of your life. Get that person out of your life. So avoid those people. And go with your gut. Your gut is always right. You know, when you're a lot younger, like I was, it was, 10 strikes, you're out. Now it's 1 strike, you're out. Or maybe 2 sometimes. But just avoid anybody in your life that makes you unhappy. Get them out of your life. Get them out of your mind. They don't own you. They can't control you. Get rid of them. That's right. Change your environment. You'll change your life as well. Somebody brings you down, just get rid of them, man. Get rid of them. So anyway, see you, Trevor. All right. All right. This number 23 is that person speaks gooder than me. And he's supposed to have glasses there. I think I cut them off when I was trying to get rid of the transparent background there. Yeah. So don't ever get intimidated by people that you think might have a better vocabulary than you, or people that might have a different accent than you. Don't be intimidated by them, because a lot of times the reason why they might be well-spoken is because they're very arrogant, or maybe they went to a great school because their parents went there and it's legacy. That's how they got in. Just because somebody sounds confident or arrogant, don't let the perception be that fools you that they're right, or more often right than you are. Confidence does not lead to competence. It might lead to perceived competence, but not competence in general. So don't ever get intimidated by anybody that speaks gooder than you at all. It has nothing to do with success in life. It just it might have something to do with they were born with a silver spoon in their mouth. And I'd rather not hire somebody that was born with a silver spoon in their mouth because they're entitled. I want somebody that's poor, smart, and hungry, or somebody that's humble. That's important to me. So don't ever get intimidated by that. And my dad actually, when he immigrated from Egypt and I didn't know my dad had an accent until I was like 20 or so, or 19 or 18 when I moved out. He sounds a bit like James Earl Jones. This is CNN or Simba's father, whatever. But I remember my dad told me when he first moved to Canada, it was really frustrating because he had to support himself he immigrated in 1967. He left Egypt, and he bribed an army official to get him to fail the eye exam for the crazy army or whatever it was, some stupid war in the Middle East in 67. So my dad came to Canada, and in order to pay for himself here, support himself, before he met my mama, he worked in a hospital cleaning test tubes, and the nurses would all make fun of him because of his accent, and he couldn't speak the language that well. He could have just kind of given up, or just kind of accepted it and had it killed his confidence. But he didn't. He channeled that frustration and started his own company. And so in hindsight, I'm sure he's happy that happened. Yeah. So anyway, and then he met my mama. My mom was a nurse, or she's still alive. She was a nurse. And my dad's pickup line was, Jackie, do you have a Tylenol? He asked my mom for a Tylenol. My dad's a doctor, yeah. So anyway, we love you, Dada. So don't get intimidated by anybody with a different accent or someone that speaks gooder than you, because they're probably entitled to it. And you peel back the onion a couple layers and they're nothing compared to you. All right. And just remember, number 24 is nobody is smarter than you. Okay. And in the book, I think I put a link to, let's go here to number 24. It's lesson number 24. Yeah, here it is here. Yeah, I have a link here to a short video from Steve Jobs that will change your life. It's like a minute or two long. how nobody is smarter than you. And once you realize that, I'm not telling you to be arrogant, but once you realize that you're money, I believe you and I believe in you. Once you believe in yourself, you'll never be the same. You'll never be the same because you'll be able to accomplish anything you want to in life. Just remember that. Nobody is smarter than you. Okay. Just remember that. Confidence is everything, dude. It's everything. Everything. Like, I remember when I grew up in Canada, and I was kind of reserved, a little shy, Canadian, humble, proud of my roots. And I remember it was the 80s, and Ronald Reagan was my hero. And I remember, though, that the cover of Newsweek and Time magazine at the time was the downfall of the American student, and how the American student is 50th in the world of math and 50th in the world in science. It's a downfall of the American student. And every couple of years, you see the same stupid headlines. Americans are 25th or 50th in math, whatever science is. It doesn't matter. And I learned something when I started. When I started teaching here during the evenings years ago in the San Francisco Bay Area, and about 50% of my students, at least, were born overseas. Okay, so this is not an American thing, what I'm about to say. But about 50% of my students, and about 50% of people live here in the Bay Area, and about 50% of the founders in the Bay Area, and about 50% of the engineers here in the Bay Area were born overseas. People like Pierre Omidyar, the wonderful humanitarian. He's Persian. He's from Iran, and of course he founded eBay. You got Elon Musk, who splits his time between here. Actually owns a house not too far away from me now here in Hillsborough. He splits his time between here and Southern California. But Elon Musk, who also lived in Canada for years, but he's from South Africa. You got Sergey Brin, one of the brilliant co-founders of Google, was born in Russia. So you've got this beautiful cross-cultural diversity here in the Bay Area. But one thing I discovered when I started teaching here is that American students, whether or not you're born in America, doesn't matter. But American students are number one in the world in the most important economic category that nobody talks about. And that category is confidence. With confidence comes the ability to sell a dream, like Tucker does. There's the car version of it here. Yeah. With confidence comes the ability to make something boring that's virtual, that you can't see, feel, or touch, like cloud software, sound exciting. Think about it. Think how boring cloud software is. Dude, it's boring. You can't see it. It's up there somewhere in the cloud. It's elusive, whatever. But you've got these great entrepreneurs out there that sell it, and they make a killing because they come across as confident when they're delivering. So confidence leads to to competence sometimes too, not being overconfident. And of course, I know that talking about the American angle, some people overseas might think that's arrogance. That's not what I'm getting at. It's not what I've got to do a joke now. Here we go. This is awful. And my American students are going to hate me, but I'm American now, so I'm allowed to do this. How does an American screw in a light bulb? Oh my God, I'm going to regret saying this. I'm just one dumb comment away from just everybody hating me. Well, here in America, me as an American, I hold a light bulb and the whole world spins around me. Okay. I'm totally kidding. Oh my God, I've alienated my students. I love all of you. Okay. I'm joking. Okay. How does a dumb Canadian, me, screw in a light bulb? I hold it up. There you go. Okay. We're good now. We're good. But confidence, it can be borderline arrogant sometimes. You got to keep your confidence in check, or just remember your humble roots. And like Steve Jobs said, stay foolish, stay humble. I should probably edit that out, but F it, I'm not going to. Sorry, Matt. Matt, my editor, he's American. I love you, Matt. I love you, right? Your family, familia. Yeah. So, but no, I do think a lot of American, whether or not they were born in this country, okay, American students, American students that were born overseas, they also think they can hold a light bulb up. Okay. But American students are number one in the world, the most important economic category, which is confidence, which lets you sell. Because a great entrepreneur, great CEO, et cetera, they're great salespeople. I'm going to shut the hell up now about this one. But nobody's smarter than you. Remember that. All right. So we are now done with section number 4. And so now it's time for the exercise. So go to your workbook. And then just, and you can even click in the footer here, go to section 4. Does this work? There we go. Yeah, it does. Somebody's got to double click it. Yeah. And I had a blast making this visual here, man. That was fun. But what I want you to do is just go through all the lessons here in section 4, and you could read that text later if you want to, and just write down, spend 3 minutes and write down what can you apply in the lessons here in section 4 to enhance your career. You got 3 minutes now. Go. All right, moving on to section number 5. This is all about ethics, crucial ethics lessons to keep you out of trouble. Okay, so the first one is number 25, which is transparency builds trust. I really believe this. You can lose your reputation really quickly in business and in life. But if you're fully transparent, then this will help your career a lot. And what I mean by that is you always list the risks. With like, remember we looked through the S1s for Facebook, Goldman, et cetera, whatever, and there's a lot of risks. You got to be transparent and list all the risks. And whenever you're selling something to somebody else, you got to tell yourself, I feel comfortable selling this to my parents because I would tell my parents the risks as well. So you got to disclose all risk. And that is Abraham Lincoln right there, Honest Abe. And he was very, very transparent as well, and apparently a very good man. Yeah, so that's Honest Abe. Or as Wayne and Garth in Wayne's World referred to him as Babraham Lincoln. I don't know what that means. But anyway, transparency builds trust. Remember that. Always disclose risks. And the most important risk within the first couple minutes of pitching any idea or product or service or whatever it is, or if you're trying to raise money. Because it'll make you come across as being, more ethical too. And you know what, dude? It might be a litigation issue if you don't disclose them. And never sell a financial product or raise money without getting a lawyer to write your documents first, because the lawyer will make sure that the risks are disclosed. Yeah. Transparency builds trust. All right. Next up is don't trust this type of person here. So what am I talking about here? Well, this type of person is the type of person that backstabs other people. And if at work or at school or whatever, somebody is gossiping, and we all enjoy gossip for whatever stupid reason, right? Otherwise, don't we watch TMZ? I'm a lawyer. I don't know if you guys watch that show, but whatever. But don't trust anybody that gossips, because don't take part in it yourself, because like around the water fountain or water cooler at work, whatever, because those people that are gossiping about others, they'll gossip about you as well. They will. And the worst type of person is the person that cheats on their spouse. It's a sacred bond, man. If they cheat on their spouse, of course they're going to cheat you in business as well. You can't trust them. It's like somebody that backstabs their spouse to you. Of course they're going to backstab you about you to somebody else. You can't trust these people. You can't trust them. So just be careful. Just be careful. There's a shadow. Yeah. All right. So just don't trust that type of person, and don't get involved in gossip either. And on Wall Street, if somebody, I knew somebody that got fired years ago because he told a client what one of his other clients, which is Fidelity, big mutual fund, what they own or what they said in a meeting, whatever. And so that client might be grateful at first they heard that information, but they don't trust you. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. Yeah. And Sir Richard Branson, and he's amazing. And I've listened to all his audiobooks on Audible. He just oozes positivity, and he sets the corporate culture for the Virgin companies, which is why if you fly Virgin Atlantic or Virgin America, all the people that work on the airline, the pilots, etc., the attendants, they're all really, really positive and upbeat. Unfortunately, Alaska Airlines bought Virgin America recently, so maybe the culture will get, diluted, whatever. But I mentioned Sir Richard Branson because his parents, if he ever backstabbed anybody when he was a kid, they would make him stand up and look in the mirror, and they would say, "Look at yourself. Don't be that person. Don't be that person that backstabs others." And quick little side note off topic. I have a guy I used to work with, I should say, years ago. He's so well spoken, and I met his parents at some event. And I asked his parents. I said, Mike is so well spoken. He's a gentleman. He's confident. How did he become that way? And how did you raise him? And my kids were younger then, so I was asking. And they said, well, one thing we did was we would make him stand up and read to us. And when he was reading to us, we made sure he projected his voice. And he was comfortable, thinking on his feet and standing and reading because we got him to do it. So we didn't just make him read in his room. And my mom made me read, mom and dad, during the summers, when I was a kid, they'd make me read for 1 hour every day in the summers, which helped me out tremendously. And I do it with my kids now too, except I add a sweetener. I say, if you read within the first hour of being awake, you can read you got to do it for 45 minutes. Or if it's later on in the day, it's like an hour. So I incentivize them. Readers are leaders. Yeah. And actually also this guy, Mike, the way that he learned how to public speak was, I've never tried this, but they would make him put a pencil in his mouth and then speak. And then that would try to speak clearly that way. So, yeah. All right, moving on. Next up, number 27, how to tell if somebody is lying. That's Pinocchio there, right? Does that mean I'm a liar because I got a big nose? No? It's aerodynamic though. It is. Like, dude, when I'm skiing because of this, like when I tuck, I go fast. Like try to beat me in a bike race, you can't, because it's the aerodynamic side of it. But I'm not a liar. I'm not Pinocchio. I just have a very, very aerodynamic nose, okay? All right. If I can't laugh myself, who can I laugh at? And that reminds me of a Sting song, An Englishman in New York, which I love, off of Sting's album, The Dream of the Blue Turtles. And Sting said, "It takes a man to suffer ignorance and smile. Be yourself no matter what they say." I love it. So how do you tell if somebody's lying? And I covered this before, I think, so I'm going to go into this really, really quickly. So when I worked at a great big hedge fund, it was called Citadel. And Ken Griffin, nice guy. He's the founder, billionaire. He actually just bought the biggest house, or the most expensive house in American history. And I remember whenever I would meet with him, I spent an hour and a half with him, or actually a half hour with him one day in his office. And we talked about video games for ages. And I looked at his bookshelf, and whenever I used to go into somebody's office that's really successful, more successful than me, which is all the time, I would look at what books they have, and I'd order them immediately. And the book that Ken had, actually, Ken Griffin, was a Damodarian book on finance, which I bought and I have now. But when I was at Citadel, upper management, they sent 25-year FBI and CIA veterans to train us on how to tell somebody's lying. So now I know how to lie now. No, I'm just kidding. But this really helped us a lot, because at that time, it was like 2005, I think, there was a lot of scandals on Wall Street. CEOs were lying, and there was a joke on Wall Street, which is, how do you know if a CEO is lying? When they move their lips. But they trained us on how to tell somebody's lying, and it helped me a lot, actually. Then, while I was investing, and now today, a lot. I can tell usually. So the 4 criteria is false. And one data point doesn't make a trend. You usually need 2, 3, or 4 of these to be correct, or at least 2 of them, right? At least 2. And everybody's a little different, so there are exceptions. So number 1, if somebody breaks eye contact when they're talking about something, that means they're probably lying. However, I break eye contact a lot. Like, I look down a lot. It's just, I've always been like that. I look down sometimes, right? Maybe I come across as not being confident. I don't know. It's just what I do. But if somebody breaks eye contact when answering a question, then they might be lying. Yeah. And sometimes when people blink a lot, they might be lying. And dude, I see it on TV all the time. I see people lying on TV all the time, especially athletes, when they're asked, are they going to come back to the team next year? Okay, do they want to come back? They break eye contact. Sometimes they ramble, but you'll notice it. You'll notice it. And watch when somebody is being interviewed on television. Just watch how they answer questions. You know, if they look away, the only time they look away a lot is when they're answering a question about something they're lying about. That might be a lie. All right. So number 1 is they break eye contact. Number 2 is if somebody rambles on and 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 on, kind of like I am right now, to a simple yes or no question. You know, it's like a kid. You ask a kid, did you take the last cookie from the cookie jar? No, I didn't take the last cookie from the cookie jar. I mean, I can't even reach it. I mean, look how tall up it's high up there. And then I don't even know where the ladder is. It's over there. But you know what I mean? I can't, with a step stool, I can't find it. It's right there, by the way. But yeah. So there's that. So we talked about breaking eye contact. We talked about rambling. Another one is if somebody is shaking their foot, and you can look down and see it sometimes when they're lying. And sometimes because they've had too much caffeine, which obviously means they get a hall pass. But if somebody's shaking their foot a lot, whatever, when they're answering a question, they could be lying. And that's what a lie detector test does. Remember Ben Stiller and Robert De Niro in Meet the Parents, right? So that's what they were testing. He was CIA, I think, in that movie. Yeah. And there's one more. Oh yeah. Touching your face. Yeah. So if you touch your face a lot, especially cover your mouth, and you usually don't do that, but you do that when you're answering a question, you might be lying. So don't accept just one of those 4 criteria as being gospel that somebody's lying. But multiple, 2 or more of them could mean somebody is lying. And speaking of touching your face, and going off script again here, of course, given the health crisis, we've all got these things. But what I do with my kids and myself now is like, and I went to my doctor years ago, actually, and I asked her, I said, why are you not sick all the time? And she says, because I wash my hands a lot and I never touch my face. And so for me, I've been biting my nails, dude, since I was born. I do it. It's terrible. And my kids do it as well, because monkey see, monkey do. whatever. So what I did was I bought this stuff here. It's called ProBell. And given the virus scare right now, I put this on my nails and I put it on my kids' nails as well. And it tastes awful, right? It doesn't hurt you, but it just tastes awful. But anyway, a little off topic, but interesting nonetheless. So that's how you can tell if somebody is lying. Yeah. All right, next up is how to destroy your career in 30 seconds or less. If you send an email or a text or a Snapchat, and those are forever, and you didn't think 2 or 3 times about it before clicking the send button, you're done. You're done. Just be careful. Just be careful. And I always know that emails are for life, and everything I say on the phone is for life as well. When I worked on Wall Street, they used to say, just understand that all your calls could be recorded by the government, the FBI, whatever. And I was like, that's fine. I'm never going to do anything unethical anyway. But you got to do that. And sometimes they'll say, this call is being recorded for quality assurances or whatever. Or if you hear a beep in the background, you're being recorded. And they tell you too. And it's totally bogus. Like when customer service calls you or you call them to get help and they're recording the call, really? Like try it with them. Yeah, can you help me? Oh, by the way, I'm recording this call. Like, what is that? So a little off topic, but just be really careful with electronic stuff, email, voicemail, voice, it's all recorded, man. The privacy died a decade or two ago. Once we realized there's a death of distance in privacy because of the internet. Okay, next up. Oh, we're done here. Okay, we're now done with section number 5. Okay, so go to section 5 in your book and take 3 minutes to go through, as we've done before. Take 3 minutes to go through all these boxes here and just type in comments or notes or whatever. It's optional, of course, on stuff you've learned here or stuff you can apply to enhance your career. So you got 3 minutes. Go. Let's move on to section number 6 now. So section number 6 is every battle is won before it's been fought. It's a famous quote from Sun Tzu and the Art of War. And at the top there, I wrote crucial battle preparation lessons. And I've used that quote before from Sun Tzu. So I'll go through this quickly. All right. So number 1, the first thing to talk about in section number 6 is over prepare for everything. If you over prepare for something, like really over prepare, you actually will enjoy it when you're actually doing what you prepared for. So like when you over prepare for a speech, which I've done many, many times before, I get to the speech and I'm so ready that I just kind of enjoy it, man. I can't explain it. It's like, this is out there, but you remember when you were younger and you studied really hard for a math test, like really, really hard. And your friends asked you for help and you gave them help as well. And you know, when one teaches, two learn. But you studied a lot for it. And then when you get into the exam, it's so easy that you actually enjoy it. You know, you're comfortable, you're confident. You double check your work as always, of course. But you enjoy it. You know, the exam is your friend. You enjoy it because you over prepared. And what I do also is when I give a speech, quite often I bring 2 laptops. And what I used to do is I would bring my laptop with PowerPoint on whatever years ago. And I would bring those overhead slide things as well, just in case it broke down. And when management at Goldman Sachs saw me do that, they're like, oh my gosh, that's amazing. I have confidence in this kid. And when I gave a speech at my brother's wedding back in 2004, I did the same thing. I had backups just in case. Yeah. So over prepare for everything, please. And, you know, when I used to interview other companies, I prepare more than anybody. Like I recorded myself answering over 100 questions. I video recorded myself too. Did I sound too monotone? Did I sound too arrogant? Did I pause enough? Did I use frameworks to tie together my logic when I was lost in terms of moving on to the bottom line is? And so if you over prepare for everything, then you'll actually enjoy the event when it occurs. Because quite often life all comes down to a few short moments, the crucial speech or a test or whatever it is. So over prepare, you know, like I know that I work harder than anybody. And I think it's because when I was younger, they thought I had a learning disability and they want to fail me in the 6th grade and the 8th grade and screw them, whatever. Not my parents, my teachers. And so I kind of grew up insecure. And I over-prepared for everything. And I'm so grateful to God that they kind of misdiagnosed me or whatever it was. They tried to destroy my confidence. I'm grateful to God it happened because I over-prepare for everything now because of it. And there's a great book by Malcolm Gladwell called David and Goliath. And it's about how people that have been told their whole lives that they're not good enough are the ones that ultimately do stuff that's important. So if people have told you your whole life or when you were younger, and if your confidence is lower than it should be, just be grateful that whatever happened, within reason, obviously, whatever happened because your secret weapon is you're going to work your ass off, work harder than anybody else. And I've always worked harder than anybody, and I keep pushing the goalpost out and challenging myself. And I think a lot of it stems to, you know, it's nurture and nature. You know, and you look at your kids, why are they successful or not, or whatever, who cares? I mean, success should be what they think of themselves, right? You want to raise confidence kids. But you know, somebody reaches their full potential in life because of nurture or nature. So for me, part of it is nature. It's part of everybody, but it's nurture always. You know, being told when I was younger, you can't do it, you can't do it, you can't do it. Or Elon Musk, poor guy in South Africa. He got the crap kicked out of him a lot growing up. Or Steven Spielberg. You know, being diagnosed with I think is it dyslexia? I can't remember. Yeah. And he didn't get into USC film school. He didn't get in, which is the best film school. So chip on his shoulder, which is great. I'm sure there's more to it than that. But sometimes I feel like if I hired people from Harvard Business School, they're going to be entitled as hell. And a lot of times, like I'll lecture at a lot of schools And there's one in particular in the Bay Area that I hate lecturing at now because there is insane entitlement and arrogance from a lot of the students. I'm not going to name that school. But my favorite school in the Bay Area is San Francisco State. I love those kids to death. Love them to death. I've hired them. I'll continue to hire them. They're the best. A lot of them are wealthy, but a lot are not. And a lot are not entitled. The worst thing possible is hiring somebody that's entitled. You know, it's like they start and they're like, oh, I don't have to sweep the floor. It's like, oh, here's a broom. Let me teach you. Over prepare for everything. All right. I love hiring people that are poor, smart, and hungry. Number 30 is the O'Hare test. Pass it and watch your career take off. So the O'Hare test is the Chicago O'Hare Airport is a big airport. That's one of the biggest ones. And I've spent a lot of time there, like 8 hours waiting in between flights, and quite often I'm with somebody else at work, you know, someone more senior than me, whatever. And did they enjoy my company and vice versa? In that 8-hour layover, the O'Hare test. It's important. Relationships are more important than product knowledge. Let me move on now. All right. Oh, I got this one from my dad. My dad said, Chichi, never take a shortcut. That's my nickname growing up, Chichi. Never take a shortcut you've never taken before when you're in a hurry. I completely believe that. And you've all been through that too. I know every single one of you have. You're late for something, you're driving, whatever. You're like, oh, I got to cut a corner. You know, let me take a shortcut I've never taken before. And you're even later than if you've gone the regular route. There's no shortcuts in life. So I think that's important to keep in mind. All right. So we are now done with section number 6. Okay. And so as always, what we're going to do next is we're going to do an exercise. Go to the cover page here if you want and click on number 6, or you can do it up here. I always love to have multiple ways to access stuff. And spend 3 minutes writing down notes here in all the lessons for section 6 on using the stuff you've learned in this lesson to help to enhance your career. So you got 3 minutes to do this. Go. Moving on to section number 7. You can hear me using my transition words here. Okay, so goal setting. Okay, follow these crucial steps and achieve your dreams. And see if you guys can tell me what trophy that's from. I'm trying to be global here. Okay, so the first lesson here, lesson number 32, is run to your fears. Whatever you're most scared of in life, I want you to run to those fears. Because I promise you, your competition is probably just as scared. They just don't say it. So whatever you're most fearful of in business or in life in general, run towards it. If you're scared of accounting, condition yourself to enjoy it. Learn it better than your competition. Have fun with it too. And always question why things are called what they're called. Like we talked before about understanding math. Like we talked about the banana. I ain't falling for no banana in the tailpipe. We talked about the banana on the denominator. We talked about the balance sheet. It's got a balance. So just understand stuff and condition yourself to understand stuff and enjoy stuff that you're fearful of, meaning accounting or whatever it is. If it scares you your competition just as much, I promise you. So understand it and condition yourself to enjoy it. Maybe, I don't know, maybe like when you're learning accounting or whatever it is, get yourself a nice cup of coffee and listen to nice classical music in the background. And if you're having problems doing that, then remember when you were younger and you went to the library, you remember the exact table you sat at, deep in the stacks downstairs in that corner. And you had your music on and coffee. Go back there, recreate that environment. Okay. So run to your fears, run to your fears. And I put a Shark Tank there on purpose. And if you're absolutely terrified of sharks, why not try that? And I found this picture here. I actually got it on Adobe. I subscribe to a service where I get images. So it's actually a cage you can do with a bunch of others, right? So a little bit scary for me, but I want to get the point across and never have you forget it. Run to your fears. If you're scared of public speaking, put yourself out there, man. Move to open spaces. Make yourself do it. Run to your fears. Conquer your fear, because you'll never reach your full potential in life unless you conquer your fears. All right, next up is make a gap analysis. And so I love this analogy here of the mountain. So if your goal is to accomplish something so big, and we'll just say it's the top of the mountain, then I want you to visualize success and just think about what do you need to do to fill that gap between where you are now and the top of the mountain. Okay, so make a very basic gap analysis as part of your goal setting strategy. Okay, now lesson number 34 is Yale University's fascinating goal setting study. Okay, and some people say this is an urban legend or myth. I don't care. I want to talk about it anyway. So in 1950, Yale University, which is in the northeast of the United States, Yale University, what they did in 1950 was they asked their graduating class, how many of you have written down your goals? And 3% said, I have written down my goals. Then 20 years later, they went back to the same graduating class in 1970, and they calculated the net worth of everybody that graduated in 1950, 20 years later. And the net worth of the 3% that had written down their goals was greater than the other 97% combined. It's pretty amazing. It's pretty amazing. So don't forget to write down your goals. And I used to carry my goals everywhere with me. They're now on my iPhone, in my calendar. They repeat daily. But what I used to do was I would print out, I would buy those, remember those business cards you can make yourself? You put in your printer and you pop them out and they look awful, whatever. I would get those and then I would use PowerPoint, I remember, and just kind of write down, type my goals on the back in front of 10 cards and carry them around with me everywhere. And when I was down and out, I'd read through them. And I'm humbled to say I've accomplished pretty much every goal. One of the exceptions is not getting a black belt in karate. But I'm a mean yellow belt. Yeah. All right. Next up is number 35. Should you get a graduate degree? Should you go to university? I would say that if you network a lot and you still can't get that career change, like if you set up literally 100 networking meetings. I found this on the web. That's Siri talking again. Sorry, put her aside. It's a daily event. All right. So If you set up 100 networking meetings and you still can't change careers, then consider getting a graduate degree. That's what I would say. Yeah. And you might say, Chris, 100 is a little extreme. Well, dude, getting a graduate degree at university, it can cost $100,000, including lost wages, etc. $100,000. So that means that 100 meetings, that's like $1,000 each meeting I'm saving you. So again, do 100 meetings. I know it sounds like a lot. And when I say 100, it probably means you'll do 30 and you'll still get what you want because you did 30. Like James Cameron said, set your goals so high that if you fail, you still fail above everyone else's expectations. It's kind of like when we did cryptocurrency stuff. I didn't really expect you guys to do all 49 steps, but if you do a lot of them, that's better than just one or two or none, right? Okay. And what you can also do is if you try your best to network to make that career change and you can't, then go to LinkedIn and find people that have done it and look at their blueprint. Do they have graduate degrees? What have they done to get there? But I almost guarantee you, if you network like crazy, you can get pretty much what you want in life. Obviously, there's exceptions. If you want to be a doctor, you have to go to medical school. Although I'm on the board of a charity I'm really proud of called Doctors Without Diplomas. Yeah, that's not true. Yeah. Okay, number 36. I love this one. Push the goalpost out. Once you achieve your goals, what you got to do is you got to push the goalpost out. You got to set new goals always, because sometimes when you achieve your goals, you get a little bit depressed. I know it's weird. Like at first you're like, "Hey, I did it." And you're like, "Dude, now what?" You got to keep pushing the goalpost out. Keep challenging yourself. And if you get a chance, I want you to please go and do a search on Matthew McConaughey's best Oscar speech from, I think it was 2014 or maybe a little bit before that. I don't remember. But he talks about competing with himself and challenging himself. And it was an amazing Oscar speech. I love it to death because he was so real. He didn't give a damn what people thought about him. He was talking to his dad up in heaven. And he was saying, "Dad, I love you. I know you're up there in your underpants probably with a lemon pie, with a can of Miller Lite, and you're dancing." He didn't care. Then he talked about challenging himself. So watch that speech if you get a chance. It's pretty powerful. It's right from his heart. And as Maya Angelou said, people might not remember what you said, but they'll never forget the way you made them feel. I really believe that. And when I explain to you how to give a great speech, which you have to learn thoroughly if you're going to write a business plan, because when you write a business plan and you present it to potential investors, you got to inspire them as well. And I'm going to teach you, how to give a presentation, like Matthew McConaughey did. And I think he got the award for Dallas Buyers Club or some movie back then. Yeah. All right. So we are now done with section number 7, which is goal setting. So as always, I want you to please go to your workbook, and then I want you to go to section 7, and then spend. Is this working? Sometimes I have to double click. Yeah. And then just spend 3 minutes going through all the lessons here, and document how you can apply some of the stuff you've learned to enhance your career. And what you can always do, of course, is for homework, if you want, it's all optional, is you can read through the chapters here. And so I provide you, this is half the book today. And next class, I'll provide you with the other half of the book in next class's workbook as well. And I thought about giving you the actual book, and I said, no way, man. I want it this way so you at least have the option to write down notes, because one little note you take in these boxes can change your life. Yeah, you can have a breakthrough, personal breakthrough. Yeah. All right, so take 3 minutes to do that now. Go. Moving on to section number 8. This is a great one. So section number 8 is simply called Happiness Is. And I wanted to spell that Happyness. There's a famous movie where they spell happiness with a Y. What movie was that? You should have all seen it by now. If not, rent it. It's got my favorite actor in it ever, Will Smith. Yeah. And if you didn't, you're probably younger than me. I'm an old man. But if you didn't watch The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air ever, watch it on Netflix or online. It's great. Will Smith's the best. I love that guy. He's so inspirational too. He's amazing. He's amazing. So section number 8, I wrote at the top there, it's crucial that you find an occupation you love and you'll never work a day in your life. Of course, that's a very famous quote from Confucius. All right. Number 37 here is don't have a job. Instead, have a passion and be happy and achieve all your business goals. And if you get up in the morning and you tell yourself, I'm going to work, with all due respect, you're doing it wrong. You got to find your purpose, your passion. You know, what was the reason that you were put on this earth? So find your passion. And once you do, as Confucius said, you'll never work a day for the rest of your life. And it's like having a new baby. You know, when you have your first baby, some of you might know, you unlock a level of happiness you never thought you could feel in your life. Well, when you get up every day and do what you love doing, it's the same feeling as that. Not as good, but a little bit of that lightning in a bottle. You feel it inside here. That's pure happiness, pure joy, pure adrenaline, pure euphoria when you do what you love doing. And it might take you a while. You know, sometimes it might take to your 60s to figure it out. It took me to my 40s, and I'm 73 now. So, yeah. All right, moving on. That is gonna make you laugh at your failures. Watch this video. Dude, the internet was made just for that. I love that video. It's hysterical. And whenever you think about your failures, I want to condition you to laugh at your failures. You know, find humor in it, to a certain extent. Yeah. Anyway, so I look at my failures in life and I laugh at them. They're fun. They're funny. I don't know. So condition yourself to kind of laugh at your failures, and you won't take life too seriously. You'll live longer. You'll be happier. And you'll be willing to fail again so you can laugh again. All right, next up is money does not equal happiness. Yeah. So I had a trip to Mumbai, business trip years ago. I think it was Halt International School of Business wanted me to give a speech or a couple speeches. So I did it there and up in Delhi as well. And that trip changed me, man. It changed me because when we drove from the airport to the Four Seasons in Mumbai, whatever. And there's 25 million people. Tons of rich people there, but there's also a large number of people that live in the slums. And we were stuck in traffic, thank God, because it was right by the slums. And I've never seen so many people with nothing so happy. They were so happy. It's kind of like when I remember Matthew, my youngest kid, we used to go to the park on Sundays. And there was always a large group of people from immigrants. And they would they had nothing. Like we had a nice blanket to sit on. They had cardboard boxes and they would barbecue. And there was tons of them together in a family, a bond of love. And my son, Matthew, he was like 4 then. He said, Daddy, why do they always seem so much happier than everybody else? They got nothing to lose. You want to buy experiences, not things. And then you go to an expensive restaurant. Look around, dude. When you go to an expensive restaurant, look around. You see all these arrogant people, whatever. And I like going to good restaurants, whatever. But they're not as happy as when you go to a park. It's sometimes I feel like David Geffen. He's a billionaire and no high school degree, started in the mailroom, and he started Geffen Records and he signed Guns N' Roses and other bands, whatever. And then he's 1/3 of DreamWorks as well. along with Katzenberg and Spielberg. But David Geffen said, for those of you that think that money can buy you happiness, you don't have money. It does not buy happiness at all. I promise you. And I remember when I worked at Goldman, every Christmas you get a bonus. Everyone was so damn depressed every Christmas because the cancer of Wall Street and Western society is you always compare yourselves to those that have more. You know, when you look into the bowl of your neighbor, you shouldn't look to see if you have more. You should look to see if he or she has enough, or at least as much as you do. Yeah. So money, no matter what you think, does not buy happiness. Of course, we need to make a certain amount to live, but don't make money your God. You know, it's one of the 10 commandments not to do something like that. So, yeah. So anyway, and there's a great British Airways commercial that I want to share with you soon. That was filmed in New York and India. That really touched my heart, and really makes you focus on family and what real happiness is.
My name is Ratnesh. I'm originally from Mumbai. I mean, I like to call it Bombay because I grew up there. What do I remember from Bombay? Well, playing in the streets, taking the local jasmine gajras in the flower market, and my mother praying in the morning. You can move thousands of miles away, but these images, they are always with you.
I'm Alka. My full name is Alka Rani Dubey. I'm 61 years old. My son is Ratnesh. He's staying in New York. First, when he told me he wanted to go to the US, I felt very excited. But when the moment came when he was leaving India, that time I was really very nervous and quite heartbroken, I must say. Today, British Airways has given me a seat on a plane. It is for my son's favorite dish, okra paratha. They will fly it to America and surprise him in his apartment. I think this will make him come home and visit his mummy. I, like every mother does, I used to experiment with different things, putting in his tiffin box. Most of the time, the other vegetables, they will return from the school untouched. But whenever I am giving okra, it is finished. I asked him, why you like okra the most? He said, Mama, my teacher has told the child who eats okra becomes best in his mathematics. My son is progressing day by day. His dreams are getting fulfilled. And his happiness is more than what I ever want for him. When he will look at the tiffin box, first he will think from where has it come, but once he tastes the food, he will know it is made by his mummy. And I am sure he will start searching for me in his apartment. I miss him so much because when he left home, he was hardly 17 years old. And from that day, he did not return home. I miss my son.
My mom had cooked my favorite meal, and she was waiting for someone from British Airways to pick up the tiffin carrier. So they sent me. After flying from New York to Mumbai, there I was, walking to her door, smelling her cooking. It was an incredible feeling. Sometimes, even when you know what's going to happen, you cannot even imagine how it's going to be. I got the opportunity to see my mother in a way I'd never seen her before. She looked lonely. She looked like she sounds over the phone. I just wanted to run out and give her a hug. Mommy, I'm here.
It was a great moment. It was a family moment. Even his dad was there. We all three of us sat, we talked. And I didn't ask him, when are you leaving? I said, I will not ask you today. Let this question be for tomorrow.
What a great commercial, man. Just appreciate what you have. That's what happiness is. Not hoping to get something later that will make you happier, thing-wise. But happiness is just appreciating what you have. That's what it is. And I believe that if you're happy and if this works, this will work much, much better. It'll come full circle. Okay, next up is all your wealth can't buy you health. It's so true. And that's a quote I think I got it from Bob Dylan. Yeah, all your wealth can't buy you health. And there's a great book by the Dalai Lama that I mentioned before. I read it on my honeymoon and when I was in Indonesia, which is a great setting. And read his book if you haven't yet. But he says basically that the problem with Western society is we sacrifice our health, our entire lives, in order to make money. Then at the end of our lives, we sacrifice all of our money to maintain our health. And then we look back and we realize we never really lived to begin with. So treasure every single day, every day. Smell the roses along the way. I used to tell myself years ago when I was in my 20s, I was like, I don't want to get married, have kids until I make my fortune in my empire. Dude, what's the point? Start a family now. Enjoy life today. Don't live for tomorrow. Live for today. Number 42 is when to change careers. And I hate to end this on a down note, but I have to in order to make a big impact. Like I mentioned before, if you get out of bed in the morning and you're not happy and you feel some sort of depression related to your job, channel that frustration and that unhappiness. Network like crazy. Channel that frustration and find something you love doing. You know, don't only focus on money. I get it. We have to pay bills. I get it. But enough's enough, dude. Like at some point you got to realize that, what am I here for? Why don't I laugh as much as I used to when I was younger? Why am I working in a big company? I'm not being myself. When I was younger, I used to laugh so hard until I fell down with my buddies and it hurt in a good way. Why am I not laughing anymore? Why am I not being myself? Why do I get up every day and go to a job I can't stand, working for people I don't respect, and I don't respect myself as much anymore because I'm not being myself either. I'm being political at work. I'm not being me. I just want to be me. So if you're depressed, And if you don't see work as something you enjoy, don't do it. Don't try to live somebody else's life or be a prisoner in someone else's mind and do stuff to make them happy. Like if people in your life want you to be a lawyer or doctor or whatever it is, and you're not passionate about wanting to be a lawyer, meaning you don't want to be a liar, and you're not passionate about being a doctor because you want to be around blood and stuff, if that's not, it's great to help people. And I respect, all doctors and civil rights lawyers only. But you got to do what drives you, makes you happy. Because I really do believe that if you do something you love doing in life, you find the why of your life, then you'll not only be good at it, but the money will come accidentally. You won't. I go to a basketball game or a football game or whatever, and all these dudes on the field, they don't get up in the morning and say, "Oh God, I got to go play in a game today." That's not work, man. That's awesome. Same thing with a rock and roll star. They don't get up in the morning and say, "Oh God, I got to play another gig today." It's a beautiful thing to be an artist because you get to express yourself, which is why also, like, I think of what I do and what we all do as being art. The palette for us is a PowerPoint document or an Excel spreadsheet that we can jazz up with cool buttons and colors and fun stuff. It's artistic and it's fun for me and for you as well. But you got to do something you love doing in life, and you got to take risks as well and start your own companies on the side. And in semesters 3 and 4, you'll write a kick-ass business plan. And I'll help you kind of define what it might look like in the future for you. But the worst thing that can happen to you is you wake up one day and you're way older than you are now. And you're working for this jerk that pays you this much money to make their dreams become a reality. You got to take chances, take risks. If you're not happy doing what you're doing, either change your line of work by networking a lot or do a ton of side hustles on the side until you find something you're passionate about. And that's kind of what I did too. I was working at venture capital, wasn't happy. I love teaching. And my side hustle was teaching and then also putting stuff online like this. I didn't do it for the money. I did it because I wanted to help. Like I wanted to help those kids at the Limo Foundation. That was fun for me, helping. It gave me a sense of purpose, my why as well. So if you get up in the morning and you tell yourself you're going to work, then you got to find a different career path and start networking a lot to meet with people that work in different industries, or just figure out what is the reason you're put on this earth? What makes you happy? You want to make video games? Make video games. You want to make movies? Make movies. You want to teach online? Teach online today. You want to be a writer? Write that book. J.K. Rowling got rejected 30 times. I want you to fail fast and fail often. And I want to liberate your fear of failure. We are now done with section number 8. So what I want you to do is I want you to go and do the exact same exercise I just mentioned to you. Go to number 8. So you can go to the cover page if you want. There's a million ways to get there. Click here. Please work. Is it working? It is working. Sorry. It works easier in the Word version and PDF as well. Yeah. And I want you to go through all these lessons here and just type up notes on, did I screw that up? Dude, I screwed that up. We're not going to edit this. I want to show you how to correct that. So I clicked on here. Watch what happens. It went to number 8. So I got to change that. So edit link. And what I'll do here is I'll click here. It should be fine in the, go to headings. Number 8. Happiness is a warm gun. That was a great song by the Beatles in the White Album. So it was number 9, the same album. Okay, here. So click here and you go down there. And yeah, I want you to just complete this. You like the little smiley face there? It's Took me a while to do, but I had a smile on my face making that too. If you're ever like kind of bummed out, not in a great mood, this is crazy, but it works. Get a piece of paper and a pencil and draw a smiley face. And I guarantee you, as you're drawing the happy face part of it, you'll start to smile. All right. So take a couple minutes, 3 minutes here, and just write down here, things that you've learned in this class that you can apply to make your enhance your career or make you get closer to reaching your full potential. So you got 3 minutes to do this. Go. All right, welcome back. So in addition to writing the quiz today, and try to complete the quiz within 7 days, please, as always. But in addition to writing the quiz, what I want you to do for homework today is I want you to use the contents of many or all of the 42 lessons that you documented today in your workbook. And I want you to apply them to your daily schedule templates. So we all know it looks like this. And I hope you guys are doing this daily, at least during the work days, weekdays. I promise you it helps you be more productive, okay? And you can customize this too. But what I want you to do is, again, I want you to take everything you wrote down, the 42 steps, okay? And if you want for homework, you could meditate more on the 42 steps or read my version of each chapter in your 58-page workbook, whatever it is. But I want you to take what you wrote down, and I want you to apply it to your daily template somehow, if you want to. If there's a couple things you wrote down which are so money and so awesome for your career and increase your happiness, way to increase your happiness, I want you to put it on here. Either write it down daily on this, or what you can do is you can customize this. And let me just remind you really quickly how to do this. Okay. So what I want you to do is go to haroonventures.com/PG1-1-1. So remember, the 3 ones, not 2, 3, all lowercase. I'll go there with you. Let's do it. All right. Before we go there, what time is it? It's 4 o'clock. The sun is setting at 7 p.m. New York time. I want to show you. Okay. So let's go here. Remember, I set it at sundown. It's probably a nice way to end this. Aha, look here. It now says checkout will be available at 8:30 p.m. Saturday night in 25 hours and 29 minutes. Thank you for your purchase while we observe our Shabbat. Okay, cool. That's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah, and it's unbelievable, this company. They kick ass, and they don't have a competitive disadvantage for taking that one day off a week, but it's amazing. So if I wanted to check out, look, this is pretty cool. So if I wanted to check out, it won't let me. See here? Be back soon, it says. So anyway, it's pretty cool, but it's kind of a nice note to end this lecture on. Anyway, you got to take your breaks, one day off a week. All right, let me close that. I almost forget what I was talking about, but I don't. What we're going to do is we're going to go together to Haroon Ventures / all lowercase E-1-1-1. You need 3 ones, not 2, 3. Okay. This is the first thing we did. It's PG. I'm such a moron. PG-1-1-1. Okay. The very first personal growth class. Class 1, semester 1, topic 1. Okay. Remember that from a while back? All right. Remember this? So what I want you to do is, for homework, I want you to take what you wrote in your notebook, all 42 things or less. If you wrote fewer than 42, it's fewer. Yeah. And I want you to customize this so that you could apply a lot of those things to your daily template. Okay. So if you click here, you can go to the PowerPoint version, and you can go back and watch the first class over again if you want to, for a refresher on how to do all this. But I'll show you really quickly now. Yeah. So what you can do is, if you have the PowerPoint version downloaded, you can change this around if you want to. Okay. So you'll notice that not all the fields can be changed. So what you can do, if you want to change it, you can go to View, then you can go to Slide Master, and you can change the stuff here. So let's just say that one of the things you wrote down was, I don't know. Let's think about this. Maybe it was to, schedule time with family, spend more time with family. So what you can do is, if you wanted to, you can do what I do, which is what I do down here. You can write here, just hard code it in here. So it's here every day, right here. You can go here and type in schedule time with family. Time with family. Or go to the gym every day, hard coded in here. So it's always here. I don't know, gym time, that sort of thing, or whatever 42 lessons you learned. And you can even change this around too. You're like, you know what, Chris, I don't even use this part of it. So let me just highlight all this stuff here, and let me get rid of actually just these ones here. Let me get rid of this. And you could say, did you go to the gym? I don't know, gym, ? And then you can change it so you fill an X in here, whatever it is, or get rid of this entirely and just, I don't know, write down your goals here completely. So click here, get rid of these bad dudes here, these dudes here, I should say. And then just write down some of your goals that you want to appear here daily. Goals to be here daily from the 42 lessons or whatever it was you typed. Stuff you want to keep in mind and remember here. You can change all this stuff. And I wrote this in tiny blue writing. Why did I write that again? I'm sure it's my moronic sense of humor. I wrote here, sorry to make you zoom in this much, but I never want you to forget this. If you want to get something done, give it to a busy person. The more you schedule, the more you will do. The more you'll get done as well. Also, if you write down your goals almost every single day, then watch out because you will accomplish them all. Tell people about your goals and set deadline dates. Thanks, Chris, with a immature smiley face. So anyway, you can go through this if you want to. And if you want, you can actually get the PDF version here. And if you have a PDF writer, you can download this and change it around if you want to using a PDF writer. I'll let you figure out how to do that as well. So do that for homework. Do that for homework, please. And take your time with it and enjoy the exercise as well, please. Okay, great. All right. I already showed you how to do it. Okay, good. Great. We are now done with today's class. Thank you. Welcome to Entrepreneurship 1-3. That's semester 1, class number 3. As always, please make sure that you have the appropriate workbook open, as you can see on the screen here, in either PDF format, Word format, or Google Docs format. Very important you have at least one of these open today, or one of them, because there's going to be a lot of exercises, kind of like what we did last class. And so we're going to do the second half of this book here today. It's going to be plenty of exercises. Now, you're probably thinking, Chris, what is going on? Why do you have this thing up here? Well, I want to do something a little bit different today before we jumped right in on it. When I was a kid, I remember laughing so hard until it hurt. And with my friends, and you know what I'm talking about. Like, yeah, sometimes you're rolling on the ground laughing so hard. And then what happens is you kind of grow up and you stop laughing as much and you start working for other people and you're just not yourself anymore. And this really hit home for me because this here is a chair from Exhibition Stadium, which is a great stadium that no longer exists in Toronto. And it was for the Blue Jays, actually, the Toronto Blue Jays, my baseball team. I'm so passionate about sports. And you can see I've got a big ticket up there as well for the first game in 1977. Tickets were really, really big back then. But now people are environmentally friendly. Dad humor, no more, I promise. But the one thing my dad, my brother, my family, and I, my sisters, my mom, and we all have in common is a love of baseball and a love of sports, love of the Toronto Blue Jays. I'm feeling homesick just thinking about it. And so I bought this. It wasn't that expensive. It's old. It's rusty, as you can tell. I bought this on eBay. You can get anything on eBay. And it reminds me of the great times I had with my dad, my family, going to games growing up. And you know, when I was a kid, I didn't realize that baseball was a business or sports was a business. And that's why it meant, like, I still love sports. I still love baseball, and the Blue Jays especially. But it meant a lot more to me when I was younger. Yeah, and I just want to cherish these memories. And you know, sometimes when I'm not in the best of moods, or I'm kind of upset or depressed a bit, which happens, I think about when I was younger and when I laughed really hard until it hurt. Give me 1 second. I want to get some here. I got a couple of these props here. This is Canadian money. This is real Canadian money, what we use there. I don't know why I picked that up. Sorry. I got a couple of baseball cards. And these meant the world to me when I was a kid. These are rookie cards for a couple of great Toronto Blue Jays players, whatever. But this here means a lot to me. And what happened, and my kids, like, they have a love of baseball as well. And I want you all to think about one point in your life when you were so euphoric, so happy. And I want you to meditate about that. Really think about it. And I want that to be your trigger for if you ever aren't in the best of moods. If you're not in the peak mental state, if you're not yourself, if you're not happy. I want you to remember when you were younger, maybe you were with family at a game or something, bonding with your dad, your mom, your brother, sister, whatever, your spouse. And that should put you back into that peak mental state. We all have one or two incidents in our life that we all remember that put us in that peak mental state. And I wasn't even planning on talking about this, but I'm going to wing it. This is, whoa. Okay. So this here, and if you can't see it properly, then Matt, what I want you to do is, Matt's my editor, he's awesome. Get the 2016 Topps Jose Bautista card, number 8. And this here was a game a number of years ago. And my 3 boys and I, and I'll show you what my kids look like, actually. So these are my 3 boys. This is Andrew, Dylan, little munchkin, and he's usually not that quiet, and Matthew, and they're so different. They're like sons to me. No, I love them to death. But I bring this up because what happened was we were watching a baseball game. It was 2015. It was one of the happiest moments of my life after I got married and all that good stuff, in case Christine's watching. Yeah. But we were watching the game here, and it was in this house, and we were upstairs, and we were losing the game to the Texas Rangers, another baseball team. And this guy named Jose Bautista, and this is a picture of what happened. He hit the most epic home run, and it was a come from behind victory. And then he flipped his bat. And we all, like my three boys and me, they have a little brother and me, we all jumped up and down, up and down, up and down. And we're yelling at the top of our lungs. We were so happy. And they were jumping into my arms and all that stuff. And I was euphoric. I was happy. And whenever I'm not in the best moods, I think of this situation here. And by the way, this baseball that he hit to win that game, I bid on it in an auction. I got outbid right at the end. It killed me, but whatever, it is what it is. But this is what I think of. This moment right here. And so, and maybe this camera has got a better angle. I'm not sure with the lighting and stuff. But that's, yeah, this means the world to me. You know, my boys, obviously, my family and Christine, my parents, everybody. And when I'm not in the best of moods, what I do is, and give me 1 second to put this back here. Make sure there's no glare. I don't think there is. Whoop. Okay, good. Glare's gone. Nice. Whenever I'm not in the best of moods, I think of this event, and it gets me back in a peak mental state. You know, you can snap out of a crappy mood by thinking of a trigger point in your life. At one point in your life when you were so euphoric, so happy. And you know, just because you're older now doesn't mean you can't love the same things that you loved when you were a lot younger. Like, you like video games? F it. Play video games. You know, you love sports, just don't think of it like it's a business. Just remember the times you bonded with family and friends over great sporting events. And if you get a chance, you know, if they tear down your stadium that you used to go to, whether it's a cricket stadium, rugby, baseball, Australian rules football, or whatever it is, see if you can buy that seat. Yeah. So anyway, think about a trigger point if you can in your life to get you in that peak mental state if you ever need a pick-me-up. Okay. What I'll do now is I'll go into high speed and I'll get this old rustic piece of not junk out of the way. All right, let's do this. Let's do this. This will be a fun class. So again, this is E1-3. Unjustified criticism is nothing more than a disguised compliment. So bring it on, doubters. And I'm going to have a bunch of brand new quotes that you're going to enjoy. I hope you enjoy them. And so if somebody says something that dislodges you or gets you out of your peak mental state, and it's so unjustified, I want you to do one of two things. The first thing I want you to do is I want you to tell yourself they're probably very envious for whatever reason. You know, and that criticism, I don't choose to accept it because it's unjustified. But you know what? And this is me talking to the jerk that criticized me or whoever it might be in the future. And you know who I'm talking about. This has all happened to all of us. You know what? I want to thank that jerk because he is so insecure that he gave me a great compliment. Thank you. Bring it on. Bring it on. And if you're not getting criticized, you're not successful enough. It's going to happen. And I want you to embrace it because unjustified criticism is nothing more than a disguised compliment. Think about that. Also think about that trigger point you have in your life. For me, it's that Jose Bautista baseball home run thing that got my kids and I in an insanely great mood. I gave them shivers just thinking about it right now. So again, we're going to go through just part 2 of this book today. And there's going to be plenty of exercises as well. And there's a reason why I have this stuff here. And there's a reason why I have that there as well. And I've got things that are really personal to me. Like I'm opening up in this episode. Like this is my most prized possession. It was Jamaica, January of 1980. And my dad and I, we went for a walk on the beach in Jamaica. And I was 7 at the time. And I remember it really well. And there was this was dark green when I saw it initially. There's tons of bamboo that was on the ground, and somebody cut it up. And my dad took it and he got a keychain. And while I was swimming in the pool, my mom was back in the hotel room because Katie, my little baby sister, wasn't feeling well then. But my dad actually carved in here, and it says Chris, Jamaica, January 1980. I've used that as a pen holder, whatever I spilled, years ago. I don't remember when, but this means a lot to me. So I'm going to open up today. So anyway, we're going to do part 2 now of this book. So again, there's 17 sections in the book. Last class, we talked about sections 1 through 8. And in this class, we're going to discuss sections 9 through 17. 9 through 17, yeah. All right. So just take notes in today's workbook, please, on how you can apply every single lesson we talk about, as many as you can, to help to enhance your life, make you happier, improve your career prospects, help you with goal settings, etc. And so what I did was I made 101 places for you to write down these in the workbook. So today's workbook, we're going through lessons 43 through 101. And in last workbook, we did 1 through 42. So if you haven't watched the previous lecture, please go back and watch it first. Okay, thank you. All right, let's talk about section number 9, which is called Legal Stuff is Important. And so lesson number 43 is how to protect your family. It's really, really important if you ever start a company or if you're part of a partnership and you have equity in a company, that if somebody gives you an employment contract, that you hire a lawyer to get them to review it. The problem with lawyers is it doesn't matter if you really trust the person you're working for. If they give you a contract to sign, they probably haven't read it. Their lawyer made it, and their lawyer is obviously biased. And so I really want you to hire a lawyer on the side to review the legal document. Please do that. Please, please, please. And I've done that before when I've been part of partnerships, and it saved my ass. It really, really did. What happened was there was a stipulation in the contract that if one of our companies we invested in, venture capital companies, got acquired or had an exit or there was a harvesting event, meaning it went public or whatever, that there was no timeline when I would get paid, but I would get paid one day, which could have meant 50 million years from now, whatever. So that really saved my backside. And I actually ended up selling all my positions, whatever. And also when I've had other, in my hedge fund, I had 25% of my hedge fund. I actually I sold it to a high net worth investor. That was one of my big backers. And I hired a lawyer as well. And the lawyer put in some language just to save my backside. Like all the people in business I've dealt with, they've been ethical. I trust them. But you gotta watch out. And the same thing when it comes to if you start your own company, once you start generating some revenue, please make sure that you talk to a lawyer. I'm going to get down on my knees now because I want you to remember this forever. Okay, and I make a fool of myself, laugh at me. Ouch! Not with me. It hurts my knees now when I kneel. I'm getting older. Please, 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 please. I'll look at all 3 cameras actually. Please, you, and you. I want you all to get a lawyer, to create documents, to register your company when you start it. Okay, when you start it. Once you start figuring out that this is something you want to do for the rest of your life or you're generating revenue, that sort of thing. It's really important because when you start getting some success, people will come after you. They'll sue you. It's happened to me. It happened to me recently, actually. And somebody went after me because I've done well in one of my companies. I was going to out-litigate them. I was going to be a pit bull on a pork chop. And finally, they dropped the lawsuit, which was garbage anyway. Yeah. But thank God I was protected just in case. Nothing happened, thank God. But you got to prepare for the worst. Always, 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 please. Please, please, please. So, yeah. Protect your family. Protect your family always. And if it's kind of if you're not sure how to do it with your boss, if you're given partnership or whatever in the company, and if it's a really, really big company, sometimes you don't have power. But a lot of times you do. And when you approach your boss to talk about this or whoever it is, partner, whatever, just say, look, I have to be mindful of my family in case I get hit by a bus or whatever. I want to make sure they're taken care of. And anybody with half a heart or half a brain will understand and sympathize with you as well. Okay. All right. Next up is always, always, always ask a lawyer for help if you're not sure if an investment opportunity is legitimate. Okay. So if you don't get an investor offering memorandum or an S1 document or whatever it might be, if you can't get access to that, or if it looks like it's half-assed, and I want you to get your lawyer to look at that first. Okay. Or at least seek their counsel, and never invest in anything without legal documents anywhere, like an offering memorandum. And we've talked a lot about how to read them, how to read the S1s, for example. So make sure you have access to that. And don't ever do a big investment yourself without getting your lawyer to review the documents anyway, just in case. Okay. So just always be careful. And that's one of the very few lawyers I love, which is Gandhi. I think he was a lawyer, right? I think so. Yeah. Okay. All right. Next up, staying out of trouble. In this digital reality, we all know this, that everything is recorded. Everything. Every email is recorded. Every Snapchat, that's right. Be careful of that. Every Snapchat, every TikTok or whatever video, the video du jour platform is, every single one is recorded. Every phone call as well. Everything. So obviously don't do anything unethical, but just be careful. Just be careful. Things can be taken out of context. Always. In every message that I write, in everything I say on every phone call, I've always been very careful in case somebody takes it out of context. Always be careful. If you feel like you're being trapped with an email, don't respond. Don't respond. Be careful. Everything is recorded. And when I worked on Wall Street, every now and then I'd hear a beep in the background. And that meant that the call was being recorded. By law, they had to do that. And I know for a fact, actually, I think I know, that a lot of my calls were recorded by the FBI and the SEC. I never got caught for anything. I never did anything wrong. But just in case, be careful. And I was told actually at a couple hedge funds I worked at that just pretend every call is recorded. Just be careful. Just be careful. It's never worth it cutting corners anyway. It's never worth it. Never worth it. There's so many celebrities that have gone to jail for years for something as stupid as a buddy calling saying, hey, I got a stock pick for you. Oh, okay, thanks. Okay, I'll buy it, whatever. They heard something like Martha Stewart, etc. Just be careful, okay? Assume everything is documented. Every single phone call, email, etc. I know it sounds a little silly for me to go on and on and on about this, but I care. Yeah. And if a lawsuit ever does occur, what's going to happen is lawyers will go through email servers, texts, whatever, and they can find something. Like I believe Warren Buffett said this, if you ever investigate somebody enough, you'll find something. So just be careful. Yeah. All right. Next up is I want you to please go to your workbook. And similar to what we did last class, open today's workbook. And I want you to click on the number 9 on the cover, meaning section 9 on the front page. Click on the number 9 there. And if it doesn't work for some reason, at the top it says section 9, you can click on the hyperlink there as well. Then I want you to spend 3 minutes, please, writing down notes on how you can apply the lessons in section 9 to enhance your career. You have 3 minutes. Go. Welcome back. Section number 10, management best practices. The most crucial business revelation is that ideas are commodities, execution is not. It's all about the management team. Most people don't realize that. Most people think if I have a solid business model, then everybody will invest and things will work out. That's not the way the world works. So let's go through these. So lesson number 46 is you want to praise in public and criticize in private. And this is a great way to manage people. And I actually got this idea here from the former CEO of a great software company called Splunk. SPLK is the ticker. And Godfrey Sullivan was the former CEO of the company. And I also invested in him when he was the CEO of a great software company called Hyperion that Oracle bought. And before that, Godfrey worked at Apple. He has a lot of great experience. And so I'm trying to impress upon you the importance of looking at a great management team first before investing. Now, Godfrey said one day to me, I asked, why are you so successful? And people will do that, man. It's great. And that's the crux of my whole book. People will do that. If you see somebody successful, more successful than you are right now, then I want you to approach them and ask them for, just advice. Ask them give me one reason why you're successful. And people love talking about themselves. Look at me. I won't stop talking. I keep talking about myself. It's annoying, really. But I'm not successful. I've met with a ton of people that are way more successful than I'll ever be. And I always ask them for one piece of advice that's not taught in schools. And that's why I do what I do right now. I'm trying to teach you real practical based stuff and not theoretical crap. And so Godfrey said he likes to praise in public and only criticize in private. There's nothing worse than being criticized by your boss in front of many of your, fellow workmates. It destroys morale and it makes you hate your job. So nobody wins. If you're going to criticize somebody, try to do it in private. Always, always, always. And there's right ways to criticize too. And there's, I hate to do this, but I think I'll talk about it right now. And I'm going to tell you about how to hire and fire people later, but when you let somebody go, what you're supposed to do is this, and they usually know it's coming. You sit down with them and you start off and usually do it on a Monday because you don't want to ruin their weekend. You start off by saying something very complimentary, but sincere and real. Like everybody on the team, really enjoys your company and you did a great job on the project X or whatever it is. However, due to this, and this, I'm so sorry, we're gonna have to let you go. So you always start with something positive, and that's extreme because I'm talking about letting somebody go, and I'll give you more information on how to do that very, very soon. But when you're criticizing somebody that you want to keep, you want to start off and be complimentary at first. Yeah, it's more subtle that way. And it'll take it better as well. Yeah. All right. Next up is be unemotional in business. And that's the Incredible Hulk there. And I've mentioned this before, that a lot of the best investors I've worked for, a lot of billionaires, and I won't say which ones ever, but some of them, it feels like they were borderline Asperger's, and they were unemotional. And I think that's one of the reasons why they're very successful. But you can train yourself to sort of be like that. You got to check your emotions at the door and never get too emotional in business. And remember, Warren Buffett said the New York Stock Exchange is the only store in the world where consumers sell stuff when it goes on sale. I want you to be unemotional. And I'm a very positive person. However, when things go incredibly well for you, I don't want you to high five and throw a big party, etc., unless it's a massive milestone, whatever, in business. I want you to stay level-headed. And you got to stay level-headed because if the opposite happens, you'll freak out. Check your emotions at the door. Be unemotional about business. Always, always, always. And you can condition yourself to do that too. Like when I used to come home from work, I conditioned myself so that when I touch the front door and start to turn it, I leave all my stress and thoughts about work at work. Inside my house, it's a sacred temple. My kids, Christine, my kids and I, my family. but I condition myself that way. And you can condition yourself as well to check your emotions at the door when you show up to work even, so you're not emotional, especially when it comes to finance. Yeah. All right, next up is the most important investment characteristic, which you can probably guess here, has to do with horses. The jockey, meaning the dude on top of the horse, the jockey is more important than the horse. And what that means is the management team or the founder or founders, they're more important than the business model. The horse is the business model in this analogy. Okay, always remember that. Always, always, always. And when you assess a management team, make sure that they get you excited about the vision they paint for you, so to speak, or the dream they're selling to you. Because the business model will change if it's an early stage company. But I want you to be incredibly passionate, because the potential investor that's watching you present, they're thinking to themselves, does this person get me excited deep down in my belly about this business opportunity? And I know that business opportunity, that the market will probably change one day, but I want to know that this person that's trying to sell me the idea will be able to sell me on another idea, or be able to adapt and get me excited about another business model or whatever it might be, or a new product they might be offering, or a new service, if I invest. And as Mark Cuban said, ideas are commodities, but execution is not. And Mark Cuban is the dude that he sold broadcast.com to YouTube to Yahoo for several $1 billion in the late 90s. That could have been YouTube actually, but it wasn't. They messed up the acquisition. But Mark Cuban also said, you only have to be right in business one time. So just remember that when you keep trying to write different business plans. If you fail a couple times, so what? You will be successful eventually. And I don't have to read you that quote on the wall with Michael Jordan there. Yeah, you get it. Okay, next up we've got, hire slowly and fire quickly. So when you hire somebody, the best way to do it is to really over-interview. And so, like when I worked at Goldman Sachs, like the smartest people in the world didn't work there. I mean, they hired me, but they hired people that really got along well. And we had to go through a gazillion interviews, a ton of them, like 40 sometimes, 40 or 50. It was nuts. But the jerk factor is very, very low. And they took their time, thank God, because one stupid or one employee with a bad attitude, I should say, can destroy an entire company. It's true. You've done group projects in school or at work where there's one jerk that just destroys everything. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. So when you interview people, I want you to make sure that they are interviewed multiple times in different settings, under different amounts of pressure. And I say it with love in my heart. So interview them maybe at a breakfast meeting, do a 2-on-1 lunch meeting, have them present to 5 or 6 people in your company if you have that many people. Go out maybe for dinner with them and their spouse, and see them in all aspects of their life, because they can't act the whole time. If they're the salt of the earth, they're good people. You'll know. And usually I know within 30 seconds whether or not I trust them. And go with your gut too, because you learn by through business over many decades that your gut is often right. And we've all gotten burned in our personal lives and professional lives too. And we end up telling ourselves, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Go with your gut. Go with your gut, because a lot of times when you get screwed over in business or personally speaking, when you're younger, remember when you broke your heart the first time and it hurt and it never hurt that bad again, right? You kind of learn. And in hindsight, after you get screwed over in business or personally, you tell yourself, damn it, I knew. Go with your gut. But take a long time to hire people. And when you're interviewing people, make sure that you feel it in your heart that they're not interviewing for a job. They're interviewing for a passion. Okay. And they'll be way more productive that way. Trust me on this. The difference between hiring an average engineer and an incredible engineer is 10 times more in performance. And a lot of engineers actually, they love what they do. You know, they're nerds. They grew up like I did, you know, playing video games. I was going to include this. I don't know why. I guess I didn't. But this was I guess this is the first joystick I had for my. This is the Apple predecessor to that one, the Apple IIe actually. But a lot of people that are engineers, and I used to be a software engineer too. We grew up loving it. Like these are some of the programs that I developed for Microsoft. I did other stuff too, but I loved it, man. It was fun, you know, and that's why a lot of technology companies do well, because the people are so passionate about what they're doing. They just love it. So make sure that whoever you're interviewing is just as passionate as you are. They've got to love it. They've got to absolutely love it. Otherwise, if it feels like a job, then you'll never put your dent in the universe as a company. All right. Oh, actually, let me go back here. Yeah. So hire slowly and fire quickly. Let me talk a little bit more about firing. I talked about it briefly, and I remember the first time I had to fire somebody. It was hell, and obviously it was way harder for the person that I let go, and I didn't know what the hell to do. And I was nervous, and it sounds stupid for me saying this because it sucks that I had to let the other person go, but you have to do it. And so what I did was I called one of my good friends I went to McGill with, a guy named Mike Ball. He was in my fraternity too, great guy. And I asked him because his dad was the head of HR, human resources at AT&T or NCR for years. And I asked him, how do I do it? And he helped me out with some advice. And I took what he told me and a bunch of other top Silicon Valley entrepreneurs. I asked their feedback. I always over-prepare for everything. And here's the greatest hits, what I learned. When you let somebody go, you do it on a Monday, like I mentioned before. You sit down with them. And what you do is this. A bit repetitive here, I'm sorry, but I have to do it. You start off by saying something genuinely nice. And you do it like this. John, I just want to let you know that we really appreciate the great job you've done on the X project. I'm making that up. And, you know, everybody loves you here, and, you know, times are tough. But due to the fact that, and then this is where you mention what they did wrong, that you missed I'm going to make it up. You missed your quota 3 quarters in a row. We have to let you go. Then you pause and you say nothing. You pause. And dude, it feels like freaking eternity just waiting sometimes. You say nothing. And then they'll say something. A lot of times they'll know, like they figure it out. It's happening, you know, like when they're called into the meeting on a Monday, they know, or at least they have a hunch. And they probably know it's coming because they haven't been performing as well. It's usually not a massive surprise. Sometimes it is. And then you just wait. And they might say something, rightly so, about, you know, what about my family, that sort of thing. And then you have a file there and you say, well, we prepared for you these benefits. And you want to be very generous, of course. And if it's a bigger company, you'll have somebody from human resources in the room as well. And if you don't know what to do, and it's a tiny company, it's just you and somebody else or a couple people, you can always get a lawyer to help you. Call them and ask them, how do I do this? You have to do it the right way. And then what happens, and most of the time people are cool about it, but I've been in situations where a colleague of mine was let go and they had to call security. And you can always get a security guard. You can hire one, or you can get somebody in a bigger company to be standing by just outside the room, just in case. And if they're a bit abrasive, or, you know, the person that you let go, you can always say, and you could be firm, you know, if they're being really pushy, you could say, do I have to call security? Like that. So anyway, and then what happens usually is they look at the paperwork quickly and then they shake your hand. That's it. Yeah. And you got to be careful too, because if you're let go, and it's happened to everybody, it happened to me. If you're let go, if you're not careful, and if you're abrasive or a jerk, well, first of all, you're going to make it easier for them to let you go. But if you're a jerk about it, good luck getting another job, because that's your reference. Whoever lets you go is your former boss. That's your reference. So be good about it. Like when I was let go, I didn't like my boss. He put his hand out and I didn't shake it. I gave him a hug. And I hugged him so fucking hard I broke all his ribs. No, I'm just kidding. It was bogus. I made the firm money. I have no idea what happened, but I was strategic. I think he was threatened by me, but it is what it is. But I'm so glad it happened, because in hindsight, many, 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 many years later, I look back, I'm like, thank you, God, for guiding me down that path, a different path. Sometimes you won't understand in life why things happen. And then years later, you'll look back and you'll say, you know what? As painful as that was professionally for me, it was the best thing that could have happened to me, because it forced me down this path here. So, but just, be careful on your way out. And if any of you have left a company and you didn't leave on great terms, and somebody asked for a reference, you don't have to get your old boss as a reference. You can always have a former colleague, a buddy of yours, who can even write a nice recommendation on LinkedIn. So that's just food for thought. Yeah. And when you let people go, you gotta let them go fast. It's so hard. And after you let them go, and say you wait 6 months too long, after you let them go, you're like, damn it, they hurt productivity. I should have let them go way, way before. Way, 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 way earlier. It's so hard though, man. I've got a big heart. But at the same time, you got to put business first. And if your heart gets in the way of business sometimes, just think to yourself, this is an awful thing to say, but I have to. You're hurting your family if you don't do it sooner. And you're hurting them as well, because they're rotting away at work when they could be doing something else they're more passionate about. And I know it doesn't make sense to a lot of us right now, but many years later, you'll look back and you might be glad that you were let go. Yeah. All right. Okay. Next up, we've got touch hand only once. I didn't know what icon to use here, what graphics. So I found like an old file cabinet thing, because I got this one from my dad. And this is old school advice. It's great though. He said, if you ever write a letter and you're a little bit negative in the letter, or mean by accident, or whatever it is, and if you're emotional, don't mail that letter yet. Take that letter. My dad, he's Arabic from Egypt. He'd say, take the letter, put it in the drawer, and then I can't do his accent well, I'm sorry, but open it the next day, the drawer, next morning, after you sleep on it. And if you still feel the same way after you read it, then send it. And that's great advice. It's great advice, because in this digital reality now, you could send an email when you're in a crap mood and destroy your life or hurt your career a lot. And what I used to do is I used to have Christine, who's my wife and my shrink, I used to have her read some of my emails. I'm like, how's the tone here? That sort of thing. Because things can be really misinterpreted. You know, like if somebody types in all caps, which I never do, but it's like they're yelling. And usually with almost all my emails since day one, I use the word please and thank you in all of them. It's just something or thanks, something I've always done. Yeah. Touch hand only once. Yeah. Yeah. Oh my God. I think I screwed that up, but screw it. Let me go back there. I meant to say something else there, but that was good advice. Screw it. We'll keep that in there. It's fine. Touch hand only once. I'm such an idiot. It's an old school business thing, which is this. In the old days, you used to get interoffice memos, and there's string on it. You unwrap, open the envelope. And the best business people in the world will say, when a memo comes in your hand or an email or whatever it is, only let it touch your hand one time. And take care of everything right away if you can. unless it's something that's going to take forever to do. And I've adopted that actually in many aspects of my life. And this is going to sound out there, but it saves me time. When I make a salad at night, and I love salad with oil and vinegar, salt and pepper, and I have this awesome bagel spice. It's what you put on everything bagels, but it's a spice. I get it from Trader Joe's, the best ever. But I only let all those things touch my hand once. So I open the cupboard up once, and I take all those out at the same time once, put them all back in at once, right? And I know it sounds silly, but if you use that mentality, you will save a ton of time. So touch hand only once. Okay. All right. So now I want you to please go to your workbook and click on number 10, meaning section 10 on the front page. And then I want you to take 3 minutes, please, and write down notes on how you can apply the lessons in section 10 to enhance your career or make you happier. You got 3 minutes. Go. All right, let's move on now to section number 11, which is called Navigating Corporate Politics and Swimming with Sharks. Yeah. All right. So the first one here is keep that letter in your drawer. I'm such an idiot. I jumped the gun. I already talked about this one, so I'm just going to skip it, okay? But just keep in mind that a lot of times in business, you don't get to the next level because of politics, which sucks. And I'm going to give you some tips here on how to swim with the shark, so to speak, as much as I hate that. So religion and politics, leave them at home. Don't ever talk about them in work, ever, ever, ever. Because the way that politics works, usually in most countries, there's two parties, party one or party two. or sometimes there's three. Like in Canada, there's a bunch actually. There's progressive conservative, which is like right wing, relatively speaking. You got liberals, and then you've got NDP, which I can't stand. I mean NDP, yeah, which is they're more socialist. Yeah. Sorry about that, sort of. And in America, you've got Republicans and Democrats. And Republicans means that you're more right wing, and Democrats means that you're less right wing. You're more left wing. And I live here in California on the left coast. Get myself in trouble there. I got to be careful. But if you tell people what your political affiliation is, and I think I'm probably a libertarian. I believe in the power of the individual and that you can accomplish anything. So I'm less so married to these parties, although I will swap every now and then. Okay. But if you tell somebody that you're in one part, you like one type of politician, then half the people will hate you or not like you as much. I don't know what half, but just be careful. It's not worth it. So what do you do when politics come up at work? Well, you just don't talk if a bunch of people are around. Or if somebody tries to bait you into it, you can say 2 words. I understand. And that won't let them know that you're with one party or the other party. I understand. That will help. And religion is tough. It's tough. It's really, really hard because I am very passionate about stuff, but I'm very respectful of every religion on the planet. But just be careful at class or at work. I'm getting nervous now. Yeah. Just be careful. All right, next up is unjustified criticism is a disguised compliment. I had to mention this one twice. Okay, and so if somebody criticizes you unfairly, you got to tell yourself, thanks, man. Like, don't say it out loud. It'll drive them nuts. Don't say it out loud. It won't help you. But just tell that to yourself in your mind, and that will set you at ease. Yeah. So remember that. Unjustified, and write it down, please. Write it down. Unjustified criticism is a disguised compliment. That will add years to your life. It'll take away a lot of stress in your heart and in your mind as well. Yeah. All right. What do we have next? Number 54. Come on, slides, move faster. There we go. Good. All right. Next one is how to talk behind people's backs. And that's looks like a nail file, but it's actually a butter knife. I didn't want to have a real knife, whatever. But the best way is not to do it at all. And I know it sounds silly, and you're like, Chris, seriously? Like, I'm an adult here, right? I know. But don't get tied into that. Like office gossip, like stay away from gossip at the office. Like sometimes you're around the water cooler and somebody will be gossiping. You're like, yeah, you're interested in hearing it. But just don't be a part of that. People won't trust you. And if you gossip even a little bit about somebody at work, they'll appreciate hearing it, but they won't trust you. You know, it's like somebody that backstabs their wife or their husband, says something bad about them. You're like, dude, I can never trust you. So stay away from gossip at work. It's not worth it. It's not worth it at all. Yeah. All right. Next up is observe and then make your move. So every company has a slightly different corporate culture, and every team does, and every board does as well. So when you join a new company, I don't want you to make your move right away and try to really impress people right away. Hear me out. I want you to question things at first, like question in your mind, and really observe how the system works, because every company is a little bit different. And be nice to the assistants, please. Anybody that isn't is an asshole. Plus, the assistants have been there longer than most people, and they probably worked with their boss at the previous company as well, and they know how to get stuff done. And if you confide in them and get them to mentor you, they'll love it. They'll trust you. You'll trust them, and they'll help you with your career. Yeah. You can really understand what kind of a person somebody is or how much of a jerk they are by how they treat assistants. So observe how the system works at first before making your move. You got one shot to really impress people. Just sit back a bit. Don't be lazy, but don't talk up too much initially. Just observe how it works. Quietly observe the system, because every company is a little bit different, Yeah. All right, next up is the Army promotes you because of this. So it's so hard sometimes to deal with authority and not talk back and just do what you're told to do. But sometimes if you kind of follow blindly, I hate to say it, sometimes it helps you with your career a lot. And you might be frustrated, but in the long run, it'll pay off, because you'll get what you want. And if you're frustrated enough, you can leave anyway. But the biggest thing here is that when I used to work in consulting, it was kind of like the Army. When there's a war, the troops go and fight where the war is. If you're a consultant, you're sent wherever the client is, wherever it might be a different country. And I've been all over the place doing that, many countries. And there's actually, there's a guy who used to be the co-chairman of Goldman Sachs. And he actually came and lectured at Columbia University. And I think his name was Stephen Levitt, I think. Yeah. Actually, I got to go find out right now, because his son actually is the guy that wrote Game of Thrones. Let me go here. Sorry, I have to find out right now. But I remember he was there, and I was in New York, and I was about to join Goldman, and Goldman wanted me to start my career in Tokyo, and I didn't want to go. And so what I did, hold on a second, Benioff's this guy's last name. I'll talk about this guy in a second. What I did was I said to him, I'll get that in a second. I said, do I really have to go? And he stared me down in front of everybody. It was like 60 people in the class. He said, yes, you do. So if you want to get promoted to a senior level in companies, sometimes you have to move if they tell you to move. It sucks. But if you do that, you take one for the team. But don't go unless you get something promised in return. Basically say, I'll go, but I want to make sure I get promoted. And you can kind of use that card, and they'll promote you as they send you. But this guy's name, the guy that wrote like Game of Thrones, so he was the screenwriter, David Benioff. And his dad was a professor, Stephen somebody, I got to know, because he changed his last name, Benioff. Yeah, Stephen Friedman. It was Stephen Friedman. Yeah. He changed his last name from Benioff to Friedman because there's lots of David Friedmans that are writers. But that's his dad. Yeah, his dad was Goldman Sachs. Where's he again here? Now I'm curious. Stephen Friedman. That's right. Here is the guy. This is the guy that stared me down. Yeah. And then eventually went into government, because at Goldman Sachs, I worked at Goldman for years, and I understand after I left why so many successful politicians from Goldman Sachs why so many successful politicians come out of Goldman Sachs. Yeah, it's a tough place to work, but it's fun too. I'm proud it's on my resume. And again, they don't hire the smartest people in the world. Way off track. Okay. Anyway, next up, Mr. Bean. FaceTime is important. I hate it, but early on in your career, when you're first starting out, you got to be first in, and you got to be last out. Okay. It's something I call FILO. First in, last out. It sucks. And hopefully you don't have kids and all that stuff when you first start your career. But it's important. It's important. I hate it, but it's important. FaceTime's important. And Michael Bloomberg, he's a billionaire. He started Bloomberg, and he was mayor of New York, whatever, for a while. That's what he did early in his career. He would show up before anybody. And, yeah, that's FaceTime is important. I got that one from him, actually. Yeah, he's done quite well. All right, next up is DTA, which stands for Don't Trust Anyone. Sharks are tough to spot sometimes. It's so true. Usually, when you go with your gut, usually you can tell somebody's a shark, but sometimes you don't know. Like if push comes to shove and you're competing with somebody to get promoted at work, don't trust them, man. Don't trust anyone. Like, just be really, really careful. Like, don't date anybody at work either, ever, unless you're sure it's, if you're positive, this is the one. Yeah. Just be careful. DTA, don't trust anyone. Okay. And I debated whether I include this one or not. And actually in my book, I renamed this chapter. It was chapter 59 in the paperback version, in the Kindle version. And I actually changed the title because I angered people, and I'm including it now. So screw it, I don't care. So, a valuable lesson about Donald Trump. So, and when I wrote this book, it was before Trump got elected. But years ago, I read a book from Trump called The Art of the Deal. And this guy can get a deal done. He can. Let's be intellectually honest. He can, especially in business. But he said something years ago that made a lot of sense. And when I first heard it, I thought, oh my God, I don't know if I agree. But he said, you have to remind people of your accomplishments. Otherwise, you'll never reach, your highest, your potential in life. And as a Canadian, growing up, we're very humble, whatever. It just wasn't in our nature. Wayne Gretzky used to say, when you lose, say nothing. When you win, say even less. But Trump is right. Trump is right. If you don't remind people of your accomplishments, you'll never get promoted. You'll never be able to raise money. You'll never get customers. You got to remind people. And sometimes it's as simple as you're trying to get a big contract and you're a salesperson. You have to remind the person that you're meeting with after you bond which other big contracts you've signed in the past, big reference customers, if you're allowed to disclose it. And you have to brag about your accomplishments as well. And there's ways to do it. Like, I'm going to brag in a second, and you'll see how I'm going to brag. And it won't come across as being a big brag. Here we go. Oh my God, I talk a lot. I'm humbled to say that I think that I'm a very good judge of character. So I threw the beginning part in. I'm humbled to say that, whatever. But you have, and Trump certainly doesn't do it that way. But if you don't remind people of your accomplishments, you'll never get a promotion. You won't. You'll never get a raise. You never get a job. You'll never get anything in life. You have to do it. You have to. It's good to be humble, but at times you have to brag. It's a do or die mentality. Okay. Here, ask often, how am I doing? How am I doing? And I got this one from another Goldman Sachs partner that I met with when I was at Goldman. You have to ask, how am I doing? Often, not all the time, but every month or two, meet with your manager and ask her or him, I really enjoy being here at the firm, yada, yada, whatever. You know what I mean? I'd love, you can please provide me some feedback on how I can contribute more to the team, even more to the team. And they'll start off by saying positive things if they're a good manager. And then they'll tell you additional things that you can do. And you can even ask them, was it, to get promoted to the next level? Like, what else do I need to do? And they'll tell you. And once you accomplish that stuff, remind them when they're in a good mood. It's kind of like asking mom and dad for something, only when they're in a good mood. Remind them that when you've accomplished those things, you can get that promotion. But you have to ask how I'm doing often. And if you do that, you'll most likely never get fired, or at least surprised and fired. Yeah, always ask for feedback. Otherwise, you just don't know how good of a job you're doing. All right. And the only way to get promoted or a raise. And I was looking for the Energizer Bunny. I couldn't find it. So I threw the Duracell battery in, which takes a licking and keeps on ticking. That's what they used to say. I think so. Or was that Timex? Can't remember. But the bottom line is you just got to be relentless. You got to be relentless and ask over and over and over and over and over and over again to get a raise or a promotion. And there's tactful ways to do it too. And you don't have to be annoying about it or piss off your manager. You meet with them every couple of months. And when you ask, how am I doing? That's when you ask, and maybe you strike when the iron's hot, when you've achieved a milestone and they give you great feedback. Then you say, awesome. Do you have time for a coffee now? And you go out for a coffee and you'll say, thank you very much for the compliment. I appreciate it. It's been great being a member of this team, and together we've accomplished a lot. You know what I'm doing here, right? So then you say, well, I'd love to ask you if it's okay. What do I need to do? And it's really, I'm making this up. It's really expensive living here with the family and whatnot, as you know, and I have to provide. And so I'd love to ask you, please, what do I need to accomplish? How much more value can I add, and what kind of value can I add to the team in order to get a raise or a promotion? And they'll give you the criteria. And the second you achieve those criteria and your boss is in a good mood and is not too busy, crazy at work, it's a slow day, meet with them and ask. Otherwise, you won't get it. You won't get it. People that make CEO are ones that have asked many times to be promoted and many times for a raise. They're salespeople. They're selling themselves. They're relentless. And they brag as well about their accomplishments tactfully. If you don't remind people of your accomplishments, and if you don't ask for a raise or a promotion, you'll never get it. You'll never get it. It's kind of like when you were younger and you were in school, you kept your head down. And when you did well in a test, you were congratulated. Your parents were happy. Teachers were happy. Everyone's happy. You were happy. Then you graduate and you start working. And you keep your head down and you work hard and you do well. And you think to yourself, well, somebody's going to notice me, just like in school. And then you look around, you're like, dude, why are these people getting promoted instead of me? I accomplished so much more than they did. Oh my gosh, that guy got a big raise. I didn't. What's up with that? It's because they asked. So you got to ask. All right. Next up is there is a plan B before you quit. And that's, by the way, it's an American Power Conversion older backup battery. I've got 4 of them here running just in case, because I blew a fuse once or twice because of all this equipment and lights and stuff and the air conditioning too. But I put it there because before you quit, let's say you got a job offer from another company for more money and a better position, whatever. Whoa, that scared me. Sorry. That was my alarm to remind me to put the kids to bed, but there's no school tomorrow, so it's fine. We're good. Sorry about that. So before you quit, think to yourself, why are you quitting? You're probably quitting because this other company is paying you more money, or this other company is giving you responsibilities that you enjoy more, or this other company is giving you a different type of role in a different geographical location, whatever it is. You got nothing to lose. So when you go to tell your manager that you're resigning, just let them know that you've been offered a job. And before quitting, there's nothing wrong with asking them if they could match that offer or find you that other role internally so you can transfer. You got nothing to lose. Nothing to lose, everything to gain. Okay. Next up is avoid this at all costs. Okay. And Duff Beer, what is Duff Beer from? You got to tell me what Duff Beer is from. It's a great cartoon that I've been watching since the 80s, and I can't believe it's still on. And I'll tell you what it is in a minute if you don't already know. And Conan O'Brien used to be one of the writers. Okay, but I want you to avoid alcohol at all costs, at all events, right? And I used to drink. I don't drink anymore. And not judging anybody, it's fine. But I want you to be careful. And what my grandfather, God bless him, he gave me advice as well. When I was going to my first job, I asked a ton of people for advice. And he said to me, he said, Chrissy, when you go to a corporate party, if you're forced to drink, just take that drink, whatever, and just, I don't know, when no one's looking, throw it in the plants. And I thought, I'm not going to do that. He said, or what you can also do is just get a 7-Up with lime in it, or Sprite with lime in it, because that looks like a gin and tonic or something. Anyway, just be careful with alcohol at work. Like it's so weird because I used to go out and party, whatever, and I worked in hedge fund industry in different companies. And I had a blast. Like I have no regrets. But a lot of people, they let their guard down, right? And a lot of these rules I've taught you today are humble lessons, whatever, like don't trust anyone, whatever. All that stuff, like, dude, people let their cards down when they drink at corporate events, and let them fall on their knives, so to speak, or their swords. That was an awful thing to say, but you know what I'm getting at. I'd rather you rise to the top. Yeah. So anyway, that took me a while to create there. There you go. Now you know what it's from. That's Mr. Burns. from The Simpsons. And he had this guy named Smithers that worked for him. And I remember one episode he said, "Mr. Burns, I love you. In that shirt." That's funny. So number 64, and I couldn't get the eyes to work. I don't know why. So I just threw silver everywhere and had to recolor it. But number 64 is don't ever go over your boss's head unless you have to. And I'll explain what that means. So don't ever talk to your boss's boss. Like, you can say hello, good morning, whatever it is. But just be careful. Just be careful. And I've done it before. Just, I don't know, naively trying to help. And I've added a ton of value. And then my boss got jealous and yeah, it happened. Just be careful. However, if you think you're going to be let go, or if you work for a jerk and you got nothing to lose, take that risk. Go to your boss's boss when your boss is not around. Add a tremendous amount of value. I worked at a very big hedge fund once. I'm not going to say which one. And I got an offer from an even bigger hedge fund. And the owner of the hedge fund that I was leaving said, "If you stay, we might give you a more senior role." And he was implying, I guess, I might get my boss's job. I didn't have the heart. I can't do it. I couldn't do it. Even though it would have been for a heck of a lot more money. I just can't. It's just not me. It's not me. But that option's there. Yeah. Yeah. So don't go over your boss's head. Yeah. Now you know what Duff Beer is from. Yeah. Now I got that song Duff Beer for me in my head. Okay, here we go. All right, moving on. Speaking of The Simpsons, my uncle, I have to cross arms like Homer. That's Homer Simpson. It's so funny his name is Homer. That's supposed to be like an intellectual name. My uncle, who worked at General Electric, I remember asking him when I was I was 22 when I went to Accenture in 94. Yeah. I remember asking him for advice. And he said to me, he said something I never understood. He said also, don't ever date anybody at work. He was right about that, unless it's a sure thing, because he said, you'll get fired or they'll get fired or both, whatever. Yeah. But he said to me something that I didn't understand. He said, "Chris, just be a nice, dumb guy." I was like, what the hell does that mean? I don't understand that. It's my Uncle Mike. He's great. Love him. He said, just be a nice, dumb guy. And I didn't get it, but I kind of get it now, years later. And I think he was probably my age when he told me that. It's interesting. Wow. Basically what he was telling me was don't come across as a threat to anybody, like especially your own level. Don't be dumb, whatever, like that, like he's mentioning here, but just don't come across as a threat. Just be a nice guy or a nice gal, whatever. And, don't try to show people up, impress people. Your time to shine is when you impress your clients or your boss or your boss's boss. If your boss is away and you just happen to be, whatever. Just be a nice, dumb guy. Don't come across as a threat. And a lot of times people that make it to the top, sometimes they're sharks, yes, but they rose to the ranks as well with that mindset. It's kind of like when you're interviewing to get into a company. The hardest interviews are with people that are the same rank as you because they'll feel threatened. Yeah. So now I understand. Be a nice, dumb guy. I'm Homer. Yeah. All right. Next one is never complain. Isn't that a cool graphic I found there? Explain instead of complain. Yeah. And Dale Carnegie said, don't ever criticize, condemn, or complain. Like let other people whine about things at work. Because if you complain just one time to the wrong person that feels threatened by you, somebody the same level as you, whatever, they'll say, well, Chris was saying this. Just be careful. Just keep it in your head. Keep it in your head. And never bring it home as well. Like when you go home, don't complain to your spouse. Like bottle it up. Otherwise they'll say, how was work together? And you're like, oh God, he was such a jerk again today. It's not worth it. And then your kids find out and your kids will say it and it slips, whatever. Just don't do it. Don't bring your anger and frustration home like that. Just leave it at work. Just don't complain. And you know what, dude? If you're frustrated, good. It'll motivate you to get a better job anyway. You can move. You're not a tree. Yeah. Focus always on what you can control in life. All right. Now, please go to your workbook and click on number 11, meaning section 11 on the front page. And then I want you to please spend 3 minutes writing down notes on how you can apply the lessons in section 11 to enhance your career. You've got 3 minutes. Go. Section 12, only take advice from successful people. It's crucial that you take advice from the right people. The right people. Always, always, always. Don't assume because somebody's confident they know what the hell they're talking about. Just take advice from people that have done what you want to do. Okay. So lesson number 67 is you need Yodas. And I love this analogy. Yoda was a mentor. For those of you that aren't Star Wars fans, was a mentor to Luke Skywalker. And you need many Yodas. You need lots of mentors in your life. And I want you to find people that work in the industry that you want to work in or currently work in, or people that have a perfect lifestyle that you want, meaning they have a wonderful family life. And they found work-life balance and they're successful. And people love it when you ask them to mention them as well. You got to ask though, right? So you need to have many Yodas. And if you're working at a company now and you're not happy in the division you're in, you got to network internally and find mentors in different divisions and get them to pull you into their team. Or if push comes to shove and there's a restructuring round and people are going to be let go, including you maybe, you can call your Yoda in another department and ask them for help. And hopefully they can pull you in. You need Yodas. All right. Next up is I want you to follow people that inspire the heck out of you or are doing what you want to do one day. or they're business tycoons. They're amazingly successful. And I put the graphic there for Audible, which is owned by Amazon. And you can subscribe for a monthly fee. I recommend doing it. It's a great investment in yourself. It's an investment in education. And I want you to listen to at least 1 or 2 books per month from successful people, autobiographies or biographies if you can't find them. And if you can find them where the person that wrote it, if it's an autobiography, narrates it themselves, like Sir Richard Branson, that's even better because you can hear their positivity in their voice. And people really let their cards down once they've achieved success. And they want to share success and help you to kind of pay that debt of gratitude forward, so to speak. So seek people, find people that have written books, or find the book names or whatever, or the business tycoons or icons, and listen to their books so that you can understand their blueprint. And why reinvent the wheel? They're going to help you do it anyway. They've done it. They've done it. And I'd love for you all to one day turn your business icon into your rival. Turn your business idol into your rival. Yeah. All right. Next up is, I've never met a successful person with a negative attitude. And that there is one of Sir Richard Branson's companies, Virgin Atlantic. And I've never met anybody that's really, really, really successful in business that doesn't have a positive attitude, because there's so much working against you. There's so many naysayers around you saying you can't do it, you can't do it, you can't do it. Don't take a risk. You might fail. People will laugh at you. F it. The people that make it big are the ones that are really positive. Really positive people make it big. So if you're not a positive person, it might be because you're hanging out with people that bring you down. Cut them off. You can control your environment. All right, I had fun with that graphic there. All right, next up is follow the smart money. I still want you to do your own research on all investment ideas, but I also want you to be aware of who smart investors are and what type of investments they own, and just learn from them as well. Always do your own research as well. But I want you to be aware of who the smart investors are and follow the smart money, so to speak. And once you find investments that they've invested in, then do a lot of research as well. Don't just take their word for it. Follow the smart money. Okay. Actions speak louder than words always too. People like to vote with their wallet. So please go to your workbook and click on number 12, meaning section 12 on the front page. And as always, please spend 3 minutes writing down notes on how you can apply the lessons in section 12 to enhance your career. Thanks. next up, let's talk about section number 13, which is called Only the Paranoid Survive. It's crucial to be paranoid about the issues I'm going to talk about in a second. And as you can tell there, the one there in the 13, those are chips. And I've actually got it right here. I'm going to go off script. It's a Pentium processor. So I have those chips there in the 13, and it's from Intel because there's a brilliant man who passed away recently. God bless him. He's one of the co-founders of Intel. And his name is Andy Grove. And he wrote a great book that you guys should read called Only the Paranoid Survive. And he was so paranoid running Intel. Intel is a company that makes chips. We all know that. But what many of us forget or didn't know, as documented in his book, which came out in 95 or 96, I think. I loved it. Intel, back in the 80s and the 70s, they made RAM, right, which is random access memory, which basically is a commoditized industry. They're little chips that allow your computers to have more programs open at once. And what happened was that the Japanese were so competitive with Intel in the early 80s. And Japanese companies at that time, they were more interested in market share than they were in profit margin. And so they basically flooded the market with cheap RAM, and Intel could have gone out of business. And so what happened was Andy Grove, he pivoted and he made the company focus on a new product for them called the Intel processor. They had what's called a 286 and a 386 and 486 and Pentium and all that stuff, whatever. You probably heard that in the past. But Andy Grove was very, very paranoid of the competition. And Bill Gates was the same way too when he was running Microsoft. Bill Gates used to say that Microsoft is always 1.5 years away from bankruptcy. He even said that in the 90s. And of course, we know that there's no way it would go bankrupt within a year and a half. But that's how paranoid he was. You got to be paranoid like that. Like, I remember Stephen Friedman, and I have the notebook actually, and I mentioned him before. His son is David Benioff. Friedman was a senior dude at Goldman, and I wrote down every word he said when he came to guest lecture. And I still have the notebook, and I read it the other day. But what he also said was, watch your back, because there's always somebody that's smarter, faster, younger, cheaper than you that wants your job. And it's kind of, that's part of paranoia as well. So just be careful. Like for me, for example, I've got multiple audio tracks right now, just in case it messes up. Like I've got a Blue Yeti there. I've got this Shure mic here. I've got cheap microphones and all the cameras as well, really, really cheap ones, just in case. And so we can synchronize the video as well, just in case one of the things goes down. And whenever I give presentations, I always have a second laptop, which I used to borrow from a friend. Now I have my own whatever. I'm a nerd, I know. And whenever I used to give wedding speeches, I would use a laptop. And I'd also bring overhead slides just in case. Always have a backup plan. Always, always, always. When I used to go to interviews, I would over-prepare. And I would always bring a Nutribar and put it in my pocket, because a lot of times they forget to feed you. And if you're hungry, you can't think. And so I would go to the washroom and gobble down the Nutribar. But I was very paranoid, and I think it helped me a lot to have a plan B, and it made me more confident as well in case something didn't go well. I had a backup plan. So for Intel, the backup plan was the processor. So you always want to have a plan B. Always, always, always. Yeah. Only the Paranoid Survive. Great book by Andy Grove. Read it, please. All right. Next up is hit this key and lose your job. We are one little keystroke away from destroying our lives. Just be careful. Otherwise, what can happen to your career is it can quickly be ended. Just be careful. Triple check all your emails. You are a product or representation of the digital communication you send out. Don't just spell check and grammar check, but also think to yourself, can this be misinterpreted by anybody? And if you're ever emotional or upset, get away from email, man, or from your cell phone or whatever it is. Just be careful. Your career can be ended quickly. And this is a mechanical keyboard here. And I love these clicky keyboards, by the way. I have one like that. It's by a German company called Das Keyboard. Yeah. All right. Next up is let the secret out and you're done. And that secret is that you want to leave your company and go back to school. Even if it's for whatever degree. Don't ever tell anybody. Don't ever tell anybody that you want to leave. Unless you want to get a reference letter, whatever. Which you can ask in a more diplomatic way, which I can talk about if you want me to. But if you tell somebody that you're interested in leaving to go back to school at some point, you know, they might say, oh, that's great. That's awesome. I agree. It's a good idea. But then the next time a recession hits and business is very cyclical and companies tend to overhire when things are going well, and they tend to overfire, meaning they cut into muscle, not just fat, when things are not going well. But if they have to, the way it works in big companies is if companies have to, cut expenses so they can make their quarterly earnings when they report earnings, what will happen is management will tell all the bosses in all the different divisions, I need one head each. That's how it works. It's quantitative. And your boss will think to themselves, well, and I'm going to make this up, Chris is great. He's one of my best performers. But he told me I remember a while ago, he told me he wants to go back to school. So if he's going to leave anyway, I might as well choose him. DTA. Don't trust anyone. Don't tell anybody at all at work that you're ever thinking of going back to school. Okay. All right. Next up is, oh, dude, this one was so dope. That was Boba Fett. Boba Fett was the best character ever. And he was barely in Star Wars. He was in Revenge of the Jedi for like a nanosecond. And then Han Solo turned around and he fell down into that big hole. Remember, he died when Hans couldn't see. And by the way, I've got to go there. I'm so sorry. I don't care. I'm going to do this. I'm a Star Wars fan. So do I have my Star Wars thing there? It's right here. Yeah. All right. So there's politics in movies as well. If you're a real jerk of an actor or actress, you won't get rehired. And that's what happened, apparently, hearsay, whatever, with Megan Fox. Remember, she was in the Transformers and stuff. You don't see her anymore because she was difficult anyway, on one of those productions. You can Google it if you want to. And a lot of great actors that you don't hear about anymore, it's because they were difficult. There's politics, at their job as well. Like there's politics with us. That's why I'm talking about sharks. But I have to talk about Harrison Ford because he's awesome. He was so difficult to deal with in Empire Strikes Back. So difficult when they were making it that what they did was they didn't know if they were going to bring him back into Return of the Jedi. And so what they did at the end of The Empire Strikes Back is they froze him. Remember that? He was frozen. Anyway, and they ended up bringing him back, and that's why we're talking about Boba Fett. When he couldn't see because he was unfrozen for a while in Return of the Jedi, anyway. But you got to admit, Boba Fett's pretty dope, pretty badass. Yeah. So always have a personal backup plan. Okay. And what reminded me to do this is because Boba Fett's dad or something had a gazillion versions of himself made, cloned, whatever. But always have a backup plan in terms of what do you do if your company might let you go? And a lot of times you won't know, because what can happen in business is everything is going well, and then we go into this horrific recession in a nanosecond, or something like a black swan event occurs, like a virus or whatever it is, or terrorist events, or I don't know, the 2008 crash, whatever. It's something you can't control. And they call it a black swan because black swans are rare. They're usually not black. Yeah. So the backup plan is this. I don't want you to be loyal to any company. That's right. You're thinking, Chris, that's not ethical. Fuck loyalty. I'm sorry I swore, but I want you to remember this. No company is going to be loyal to you and your family. Okay, when push comes to shove and they have to let people go, you got to be loyal to your family first, then yourself, then the company. That's right. That's right. You got to look out for yourself. And if you don't look out for yourself and have a plan B, then you're hurting your family or your future family. And so if a headhunter calls you, that's why I put Boba Fett. That's right. He's a headhunter or something, or a bounty hunter. Bounty hunter, that's why I put him. But if a headhunter calls you, saying that they're interested in interviewing you to maybe hire you or whatever, take that meeting. Take every damn meeting. And just don't meet with them in a place too close to your work, obviously. And by the way, if your company gives you, if they give you a cell phone at work, if you have enough money to do it, I want you to get the exact same one for yourself. Because at work, you're going to be using that phone, whatever. But I also want you to have another phone just in case. And in case you want to make personal calls, or in case, and it's a good investment, in case some other company calls you and you're setting up an interview. You don't want anybody to be able to fish through your emails and personal stuff. Also, if you work for a jerk, and you will one day, I'm not hiring though, in case you're thinking I'm a jerk. No, but if you work for a jerk, and this jerk makes you stay late at work, just for FaceTime, whatever, and it's bogus, I want you, on your laptop, whatever, to use your personal Wi-Fi network with these things and write a business plan on their nickel. That's right. If legally you're allowed to start, screw that. I don't care. I'm a pit bull and a pork chop helping you. Always have that plan B. Always, 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 please. All right. Next up is question motives. And why do I have an old TV there? I have a TV because whenever somebody's being interviewed on television, I want you to, before accepting what they say as gospel or being true or legitimate or whatever, I want you to ask yourself, what's their angle? Why are they saying that? What's their bias? Remember bias, always. If it's a CEO, they're saying great things about the company because they're salespeople. That's their company. They're not being unethical, but they're biased. Of course, they're going to say great things, always. And if somebody's interviewed that's a money manager, like maybe they're a portfolio manager at a mutual fund or something, of course they're going to talk about the stocks they own, even if they disclose it. Of course they're going to say positive things about it. There's a bias. They want you to get you to buy them, to push them higher. So always ask yourself, why are they doing that? Why you got to, in your mind, question motives. And it's part of game theory, which is like chess, thinking a couple moves ahead of what somebody might do. It's game theory. Always question somebody's motives, not out loud, but just in your mind. Sometimes politics and work and paranoia within corporate environments is all about game theory and chess moves. You want to understand somebody, like what their background is, what their interests are, and just more about them. That's game theory. You're doing your research. You want to think like they're going to think when you meet with them. And you can always go to their Twitter profile to see who they follow, to learn more about them. Yeah. Or the bottom of their LinkedIn profile to see which companies or people they follow. And by the way, don't ever follow politicians, ever, 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 on LinkedIn or on Twitter. If you're curious what Donald Trump's going to say on Twitter, you can go and type up the real Donald Trump and see for a while, but don't follow. Even if you're a Republican, doesn't matter. Just, be careful. All right. That's paranoia, I guess. All right. And that's what the back of TVs used to look like there. See, they were massive back then. Massive. Yeah. All right. So now I want you to go to your workbook and click number 13, meaning section 13 on the front page. And then spend 3 minutes writing down notes on how you can apply the lessons we just talked about here in section 13 to enhance your career. You got 3 minutes. Go. right. Section 14, risk taking. I love this one. It's crucial you take the right kinds of risks. You'll never get ahead in life unless you take risks, and plenty of risks, and embrace failure. Embrace failure and fail fast. And I'll get to that soon. All right. So let's talk about risks. Yeah. Fail fast and fail early. Okay. If you start a company, you give yourself 2 years. And after 2 years, I want you to ask yourself, if I had known about all the issues that I discovered over the past 2 years, would I still have started this company? And the answer is no. Pull the plug. Move on. You're going to start a lot of companies in life. And as Mark Cuban said, you only have to be right in business one time. Every single amazing business person you know of, you only know about their successes. You don't know about the crappy companies they started and they failed in the past. You know, like Bill Gates and Paul Allen together. They started a company called Trafodata, where they had these little wires on roads, you know, and you go over it, bump, 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 and it counts cars. They failed. Yeah. So fail fast and fail early, and don't give a damn what anybody thinks anyway, because you are going to make it huge one day, regardless of what anybody thinks. Who gives a damn what people think anyway? Fail fast, fail early. Keep moving forward. All right, next up is OPM. Not the drug, but OPM stands for Other People's Money. And that's Danny DeVito, great actor, funny man. He was in this movie called Other People's Money, which is a great movie. You got to watch it because it'll explain to you what is private equity in a fun way. It's a great movie. And like every Hollywood movie, the rich person loses at the end, or is a schmuck, or becomes nice, or whatever. It is what it is. There's no exception. Every movie, because they have to appeal to everybody, whatever. I should stop now. But I actually learned that from Rush Limbaugh. Not terrible, years ago. The rich person's always a schmuck in movies. But watch that movie if you can, because it'll really explain to you what OPM, Other People's Money, and how private equity works. But the reason I put OPM here and DeVito is because I don't want you to use your own money to start companies. If you have a lot of money, yes, you can. But I don't want you to put your family at risk or put too much stress on yourself. I want you to raise money from high net worth investors. But I want you to raise money from high net worth investors initially. Okay. The sales cycle is quite shorter than going after venture capital. And if you network and find something in common with people and you present with passion right from your heart, like I'm going to teach you, you will be able to raise money. And when you raise money, I want you to make sure that you pay yourself the same salary at least that what you make at that previous company you were at. Because I don't want you to bring your stress home. I want you to make sure your family is happy and you're happy as well. Use other people's money. You can do it. If you don't think you can, then you won't be able to. But, you know, as Henry Ford said, whether or not you think you can do it, you're right. Be relentless, like a pit bull on a pork chop. And it will happen, I promise you. All right, next up is don't invest if all the founders have left. And I put here, and you can go if you want, just do a search on me, Chris Haroon, VentureBeat. So VentureBeat is it's like the Wall Street Journal, but for venture capital. And then you'll find this article I wrote years ago, and I wrote about this, and I really do believe it. That when I found, and I was just a guest columnist, I love writing. Like it's fun for me, and it's good for your career too. And we'll talk about embracing the media really, really soon. How it can help you. It's free PR. Everybody wins. They win. You win. So network a lot to get meetings with the media, and I'll talk more about that later on. But when a founder leaves a company, when all the founders leave a company and are no longer engaged at all, you got to run for the exits, man. You do. Because most of the time, that company won't be as successful in the long run. Because what happens is founders run a company and the board loves the founder and investors love the founder, and the founder doesn't give a damn about anybody except making that company change the world in the long run. And so they're given a lot of leeway. Like Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk, whatever. Actually, let me stick with Jeff Bezos in this one. So Jeff Bezos, he doesn't even get on the earnings call, the quarterly call. He doesn't care. He's long-term focused. He doesn't care if people are saying, well, you're not going to be making a big profit this quarter, so I think we should find another CEO. No. Investors are long-term greedy and focused on Bezos. That's why they own Amazon. If he left that company, oh boy, watch out. Because what would happen is this, like it does with most other companies where the founders all leave and are no longer engaged. Usually, what happens is bureaucracy and politics rule everything. Because if you're at and it happened with buddies of mine, I worked at Hewlett Packard. They were senior executives and they didn't want to take any risks because, they were getting a nice paycheck and climbing the corporate ladder. And if they took a risk and they created a new department or product and they messed up, they're not going to get promoted. They're done. And if they are successful with that, they're not going to get paid a huge amount anyway. So the status quo is keep being a politician, collect that paycheck, grip and grin, which I despise, climb through the ranks and be political. I hate it. But if the founder's still there, the founder doesn't give a damn about politics. The founder's long-term focused. Remember what Warren Buffett said, the longer the view, the wiser the intention. And they're not political at all. So be careful. Be careful when founders all leave a company. All right. So please go to your workbook. And on the first page, as always, click on number 14. And then spend 3 minutes writing down notes on how you can apply the lessons in section 14 to enhance your career. You've got 3 minutes. Go. Sales best practices. The best CEOs are the best salespeople. learn these crucial sales secrets. And I think I messed up the graphic. I mean, it looks the way it's supposed to look. But what I was trying to do there was, this is actually a setting from the first movie, Blade Runner, 1982 classic. And it's one of those Chinese restaurants that Harrison Ford ate at. Anyway, I had a lot of fun doing this. I feel like an artist with this, a crappy artist. I get it. Like I'm no Picasso, and I'll leave Picasso here to give me a little bit of inspiration. And you got to do a search on Picasso quotes. He's got great quotes. So anyway, Picasso's my friend. I have more hair than him though. Okay. So, yeah, let's talk about these ones here. Sales best practices. Number one is less is more. Always. With corporate communications, never have more than 3 sentences ever again in a paragraph. Less is more. Keep it short. And we'll talk a lot about how to give a great presentation and how to raise money by having fewer bullet points on a slide. I'm telling you don't have to work as hard now. 3 bullet points on a slide, because we can't handle more than 3 things at a time on a slide when you're trying to raise money, whatever. And if you do, try to use images or some fun, innovative way to do it. Less is more. Quite often, people will only read the first page of a very, very long report anyway. Less is more. And if you have to write a big report, then, try to have like a summary on the first page or lots of summaries. And I even did this. See the Berlin Wall behind there? I even did this with this book. Like I realized that, shorter chapters are better. Like no chapter, I don't think there's maybe 1 or 2 that are longer than a page, but a lot of them are really, really short. Really, really short. Less is more. And that's how people consume media these days. Gone are the days when you read a 5,000 word editorial article in Vanity Fair, whatever it is, or whatever newspaper it is. Less is more. That's why Twitter is Twitter. All right, moving on. Oh yeah, I started to use movement here. Might be a little bit distracting, sorry. I want you to present with passion and enjoy public speaking. Condition yourself to love it and you'll excel at it. And most people are terrified of it. And I'm going to make you into presentation rock stars very, very soon in the SMC courses. Enjoy it. Embrace it. All right. Next up is shut up. And I say it with love in my heart. Speaking of the heart, it's up there. I made it smaller, but it's still beaten. Shut up if you think you closed the sale. Don't sell past the close. Sometimes when you get the impression somebody loves a product that you're selling or service, don't sell it anymore. Stop. Stop right away. Otherwise, they're going to think this. This is what will be going through their mind. Okay. They'll be thinking, oh gosh, I love this product. I love this service. Gosh, Chris is doing a great job selling. I love it. Why does he keep selling it? Am I missing something? Am I a sucker? Why am I so lucky to be given this opportunity? I don't trust him. I don't know. Oh no, I do trust him. I just don't know. He's overdoing it. I'm not going to buy. Next up is small clients are just as much work as big clients, and sometimes a hell of a lot more. Try to bag the elephant if you can. Go elephant hunting. I don't mean it that way, but just try to get big customers, if you know what I mean, instead of smaller ones. Because small customers are more work than big customers. Sometimes they have more of their net worth with you, and that's why. Or they spent more money as a percentage of their net worth on the product or service they bought from you than a bigger customer. Just be careful. I value all my customers, and I love them all sincerely. I do. But, and for me, it doesn't matter. It's kind of a moot point because all my customers are the same, right? It's the same pricing point always. But when I used to work and I would get customers, the biggest customers were the best because the amount of time and handholding I had to do with them was much less because they were more sophisticated sometimes as well. Yeah. Be careful. Be careful. All right. Next up, we've got all I heard was not no. I want you to sell, and keep selling until you sense they're interested, then stop talking. Until then, keep selling, and tell yourself in your mind, all I heard was not no. All I heard was not no. And don't forget to ask for the sale. Like a lot of times people go to meetings, sales meetings, and they'll talk about their product. And they'll have a great lunch with somebody, whatever. And they never ask for the sale. You got to ask. But don't get discouraged until you hear the word no. And by the way, when you hear the word no, it basically means not yet. All I heard was not no. All right. Next up, talk business later. Bond as much as you can with your clients. A big rookie mistake is you show up and you start talking business right away. Business, we know it's about relationships first and product knowledge second. Talk business later. Okay. All right. How to get a meeting with anyone. So the root of how to get a meeting with anybody is, as we know, you want to find something in common with them, right? And the stars kind of got to all kind of align for somebody to take a meeting and love you and do business with you. So you want to appeal to personal motive, so to speak. Find something in common with somebody, and I talked about how to get informational meetings using LinkedIn, et cetera, cover pages by finding something you have in common. Maybe you're from the same hometown. Talk about your hometown. When you meet with them, you know how to conduct that meeting anyway. Talk about how your hometown has changed or the school has changed, whatever it is. And what I was going to do actually for this, let me go back. Actually, I don't want you to look at that baseball one yet. Now you're all looking at the baseball one because we're there. Let me go back here. Yeah. So what I was trying to do initially, and I couldn't find the right 3D models to do it, was I saw this great movie, Ratatouille. And great movie. I'm sure you've all seen it. It's about a rat that makes good food. And there's a critic, a really, really mean food critic that comes into this dude's restaurant. And the rat is nervous. And so the rat's like, what kind of food should I make? Well, I want to appeal to this person's background, his emotions. And so what happened was the rat made ratatouille. I guess that's why it's called that. And when the food critic, you got to watch it, man. There's that one scene where they pull in and push back at the same time on his face when he takes a bite of the ratatouille and he drops the fork in slow motion. And then the food critic goes back in time and remembers growing up and his mom basically touching his face and giving him ratatouille as a child. I couldn't find that image. So I looked everywhere for it. I couldn't find it. But you got to check it out. You got to appeal to emotions and find something in common with somebody as well. It's a different angle, different way of thinking, but it works exceptionally well. You got to, yeah. Every battle's won before it's been fought, as you know. And speaking of ratatouille, so the best restaurant in America is called French Laundry. And it's about a 40-minute drive north of where I live here. It's in Napa Valley. I've never eaten there. It's too expensive for me. It's $500 to eat there, not including alcohol. And what the folks at Pixar did was they actually went to, when they were doing research on the movie, all the kitchen scenes for Ratatouille were modeled exactly after French Laundry up in Napa Valley. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. And speaking of, this is a good little side note here, but speaking of Pixar, in 2008, I went to a party here for one of my kids. They were in the whole birthday party phase between the first grade and the fourth grade, whatever. And I met this guy at a house here in Hillsborough. And, you know, a lot of my best contacts actually are through my kids' friends' parents. It is what it is. And this guy at that point in time, he worked at Pixar. And I asked him, I said, oh, dude, I'm a big fan. What movie are you making next? And he said, well, it's this movie about this old man and this short little fat kid. And there's a bird named Kevin. And they throw some balloons on a house. The house goes up in the air and they go on a journey. And I'll never forget what I said to him. I said it very politely. I said this. I said, dude, that's a merchandising disaster. Like, you're not going to sell any toys. Like, it's like, Why would you? Why? I mean, The Incredibles was awesome. You can make Incredibles part 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, whatever. You make a gazillion Toy Stories because, Toy Story, you got all the toys. My kid loved that Woody or Andy doll, whatever it was, and Buzz Lightyear. And he said to me, Chris, we don't make movies we think people are going to like. We make movies from our heart. We don't try to do it to make money. It's not about money. It's about touching somebody's heart by using our own heart. And my goodness, was he right. Because Up, that movie was the bomb. I loved it. Not a bomb. It was awesome. I loved it. And the soundtrack too by Michael, can't remember his last name, but oh my God. And there's one scene from that movie too, where he goes, his wife passes away. It's sad. But that 3 or 4 minute entire lifespan of that guy's life, when he was young, when he met her, to the great pin he had. Remember the great pin he had? Got married, and they couldn't have kids, and she passed away. I'm just getting shivers thinking about the music. Just appealing to emotions. Anyway, it was a great movie, a little off track there, but thinking with your heart is great. Because if you don't think with this don't work, this ain't going to work. So always try to appeal to emotions if you can. I'm going to put Picasso back on the shelf here. All right, good. All right, next up is confidence leads to competence. I love baseball. I had to throw baseball in there somewhere. And you'll never, athletes do exceptionally well because they're confident. You'll never see an athlete who doesn't have confidence, especially in baseball where, dude, you've got somebody's throwing a ball at you that's 100 miles an hour, that's curving. It might hit you. You got to be confident. It's even harder in cricket, dude, because in cricket, that ball can bounce as it's curving and then hit you. And there's a windmill as well. You got to be confident. I think, therefore I am. And LeBron James, before each basketball game, he meditates and he thinks of himself shooting shots, getting it over and over and over again. That's almost as good as practicing. Confidence is it's an attractive trait. And for those of you that are trying to get a date, if you don't come across as, I suck at dating, but you got to be confident, man. You got to go in there, ask somebody out, and just tell yourself, I don't give a damn if they say yes or no. And even if they say yes, I'm not going to say do mind games and everything, but you got to be confident. You know what I mean? Polite, but confident too. Yeah. All right. So confidence leads to a competence. If you believe in yourself, there's nothing you can't do. And that's why on Wall Street, they love to hire former athletes, actually, a lot of the time. Give me 1 second, check there. Yeah, all right. They like to hire former athletes because they're confident. And a lot of jobs on Wall Street, you're in sales. And if you're confident in your selling, not arrogant, but if you're confident, then confidence leads to perceived competence. All right. Next up is sports is crucial. Boardroom talk. It is. And not everybody's a sports fan, and you can talk about movies and whatever arts or whatever it is that interests you. But talking about sports is, I could talk to anybody in about baseball, at least. If I meet somebody from St. Louis, I'll talk about one of the best pitchers in history, Bob Gibson. If I meet somebody from Baltimore, I'll talk about Cal Ripken, the Iron Horse. And some of you might not know who these people are. But I say this only because if you tell me what city you're from, I will immediately talk about a baseball team in that city, if there's baseball in that city. Overseas, it might be, football, like the real football, like the one you kick, soccer. Yeah. Don't underestimate how important sports is. That's why a lot of corporations, they do a lot of sporting events. Like they'll take clients to tennis matches. They'll rent out boxes at football stadiums, basketball stadiums. I've gone to a ton of hundreds actually of baseball games in boxes, as well as basketball games too, and hockey games too. When I worked at Golden, we actually had a suite at Maple Leaf Gardens years ago. Yeah. It's important. It's important. And I say boardroom talk because there's always, before a board meeting starts, people are always just kind of hanging out and they haven't seen each other in 3 months. Board meetings usually quarterly. And, before the minutes are read from the previous meeting and somebody says, let's start the board meeting, you just chit chat and you usually talk about sports or something else you have in common. It's great for idle chit chat. And you can always go to somebody's Twitter profile, see if they follow athletes. I follow Jesse Barfield, who used to play for the Toronto Blue Jays. And you can tell I'm a Blue Jays fan. It's in my heart. Like, I love it. I love it. It's what my brother and, my dad and I have in common, and my kids love it too. And I just love it. I absolutely love it. And it's a great way to bond with people as well. And I remember in 1992, we won our first World Series. Typical American. Oh my God, people are going to be pissed off. I don't care. Here we go. It's called the World Series because, well, it was always called the World Series, even though there's only teams in America. And they put a team in Toronto, as you can see there, 1977. That was the first game. And then in 1992, we finally won the World Series in Toronto. And of course, I got teased all the time by my American friends who are very witty. They teased me about being Canadian. So I teased them. I remember that, 92, after we won the World Series. I was like, yeah, we won the World Series. Yeah. Who's the king now? Huh? And they said to me, it was so funny. It was good. The retort was, yeah, so what, dude? Your Americans beat our Americans. And I was like, oh, shut the fuck up. Okay. Anyway, it was funny. Sports is crucial boardroom talk. Yeah. All right. Next up is golf often. And I know golf can seem expensive. It's not if you look around and play at crappy places, which is what I do. In fact, my son Dylan, make this personal here. So my middle child here, Dylan, is like a son to me. I'll stop using the same jokes over and over again, I promise you. Oh, here we go. You can kind of see it there. Yeah. Okay. I should use this one to begin with. So Dylan, this guy here in the middle, his golf teacher is a guy named Matt, who's my videography. I hired him. He's a great guy. It's a great guy. I met Matt at Crystal Springs, which is a golf club where it costs you $30 to play around. It's a great deal. It's a great deal. But actually, I'll talk about the reason why I hired Matt, only because he's editing this. I'm just kidding. So he was, he's really social, and you can pick up a conversation with him about anything. Nice guy. And he noticed that I was reading a book on YouTube. And he said to me, oh, cool, you're looking into YouTube, whatever. And then I sized him up in 30 seconds. I knew right away. But he talked about green screens and all this stuff. Nice guy, though. Nice guy. More important than anything else. Relationships are more important than product knowledge. But you got to make sure that if you can, get out on the links and golf with people. And don't worry if you suck and you're new to it. So what? I don't know, get out there, have fun with a couple of buddies. You don't have to be amazing. And by the way, I've learned a lot about people by golfing with them. If somebody cheats in golf, I'm convinced they're going to cheat in business. I've seen it. Yeah. Golf often, if you can. Yeah. All right. And it's always like, I've gotten some of my biggest investors on the golf course by accident. Like, they ended up playing with us on an average course, whatever. They're like, hey, do you mind if there's two of you, there's two of us, can we play with you? And I met people that way. And they become my biggest investors. Yeah, it's amazing. Anyway. Next up is number 16, which is dress for success. It's so true. You got to play the part. Like, a lot of times before you get promoted, you have to kind of dress like somebody one level above you, very subtly. Don't overdo it. But you have to dress for success. And people will judge a book by its cover. So, like in Silicon Valley, it's a little bit different here. You can just kind of be laid back and whatever, wear crappy clothes, and people wouldn't be wearing what I'm wearing. But I think it's important. I think it's important how you carry yourself, especially because you're not going to get too much exposure to senior executives right away. Dress for success. All right. Next up is leverage the media. Oh yeah, this is where I was going to come back to it. So Mark Benioff who he's the founder of the largest company here in San Francisco called Salesforce.com, and a wonderful humanitarian, a good guy. I read his book called Above the Clouds, where he had a bunch of tips on how to make it. And one of them was leverage the media. And I first met Mark, I think a couple of years before Salesforce went public in 2004. And I remember he was at all the Goldman Sachs conferences when I worked at Goldman, and then later on when I was a client at Goldman in the hedge fund industry. And he was always on panels saying software is dead, software is dead, the cloud is the future, the cloud is the future. And we were all like, I don't understand, but he sounds passionate, so cool, I like it. And he was selling something you can't see, feel, or touch, something virtual, something boring, cloud computing, but he made it exciting. But he was being controversial. It was brilliant by saying that software is dead. And I ended up working in his building, same building, One Market Plaza here in San Francisco. And actually, I'd see him sometimes walking his dog in bare feet, his beautiful Labrador, in bare feet on the main floor, the lobby, the public lobby. He didn't give a damn. That's why he's successful. He doesn't care. And I remember once I went out to dinner with him, and I sat beside him before the IPO. And we were up in the Bank of America tower on like the 50th floor. And I'll never forget, he wore a Hawaiian shirt. He was just himself. It was just Mark. It was cool, man. Mark with a C. And it was a FIPRIX or fixed menu or whatever it is. And what happened was every time they brought some food over that he didn't want, he very nicely, gently, took his knife and fork and put it into a big X. But he was just himself. But he leverages the media big time. And the way he leverages the media is he's controversial, and controversy sells. And you got to network. And I taught you how to network using your backgrounds and all that good stuff. LinkedIn. Find journalists and meet with them. Okay. And be a little bit controversial as well. Like for me, if I were to do it, and I'm probably not going to, but if I did, I would say 2/3 of Harvard Business School, HBS, 2/3 of HBS is BS. And if I went on talk shows and did that, I get some airtime. Then they'd say, what about Haroon Business School? I said, it's a different H. Okay. Leave me alone. But I could do something like that. Or like if you look at Richard Branson, when he launched Virgin Cola, one of his many Virgin companies, and he declared a war on Coca-Cola and Pepsi. He rented a tank in the early 80s and drove through Times Square with Virgin Cola cans all over it. Of course, you couldn't do that today, but he was controversial. Controversy works. Leverage the media as much as you can because it's free advertising as well if you do it right. All right. Next up is, please go to your workbook and click on number 15 on the cover page, meaning section 15. Then please take about 3 minutes writing down notes on how you can apply the lessons in section 15 to enhance your career. You've got 3 minutes. Go. Section 16, think different. I love this section. I had so much fun putting this together. And I wrote at the top there, crucial, highly profitable differentiation strategies. And so what you see here really shapes my character. This changed my life, this computer here, and I never threw it out. And so let me grab it. Hold on a second. Oops. This here is from an old, this is before that Mac came out. This is from an Apple II, which we had as a kid. And I just pulled this out for the first time in decades. And on it here, I don't know if you guys can see it. I'll read it. You probably can't read that. But it says, getting older and I got to look like this. Galaxian, Ms. Pac-Man, Hero, and Mario Brothers. And Championship Load Runner. Yeah. Oh, and I took a hole puncher. Oh, I remember this. I took a hole puncher here so that you couldn't erase it, I guess, on both sides or whatever it is. And this is in the days when you take the disc out and flip it. But this here is from an Apple II. And let me just put this down here. This thing changed my life. Okay. And I remember when Steve Jobs decided not to ship these things with disk drives anymore, and people thought he was crazy. He was thinking different. He was brilliant because of it. I guess I can get a pin to take that out there, but whatever. Yeah, this is MS-DOS years ago. But I remember I was younger, and they wanted to fail me in the 6th grade and the 8th grade. And it was because, well, they thought I had a learning disability, but fuck them. Sorry. I have this gripe with teachers. Like my school I went to when I was younger, it's a well-known school, whatever. And they've asked me to come back and give guest lectures and keynotes or whatever it is. Never. I'll never mention them either. I think that a teacher should not have an us versus them mentality and look down upon students, but treat the student as a customer and build their confidence, right? Confidence is the most important thing in business. One of the most important things. You know, with confidence, you can achieve anything. Last thing you need is a bastard teacher trying to bring you down, or a teacher that's just teaching so that what they can do is they can do research in university. That's why a lot of them teach. But anyway, sorry. There's a lot of beautiful, wonderful teachers in the world. Okay, most of them are. Sorry about that. A little off topic. But they want to fail me. And so I went to this, it was a testing center in Oakville. So my dad says it, Oakville, Ontario, Oakville, on Lakeshore Road called Chisholm. And they tested me there. Whatever. I think they were wrong. I think they were. But my dad bought me this. And the second he bought me this, everything took off for me. I loved it. I had fun with it. You can tell I enjoy this stuff. Like I light up like a Christmas tree, like Tweety Bird. Like I enjoy this stuff. I love using technology, and that was my passion. One of my passions, I guess. But this changed my life. This box here. And the original ones, if you open it, this is not an original one, but if you open it, Steve Jobs and his whole team signed everything. And this is, I used to put my mouse here. I had a Velcro on the side. And I still do that actually under the table with other stuff. Yeah. You can see all the baseball stuff and everything. Yeah. So anyway, this thing here changed my life. And so it's fitting that we now talk about think different. You know what I'll do is I'll leave this dude up here with me. Actually, I'll put it back here because that camera won't work. All right. So think different is the title of this one here. And I want the glare to get in your face there. Good. Okay. Think different. And I used a product code called Adobe Dimension to make all this stuff if you're curious. It's easy to use. I can show you if you care. All right. So think different. So lesson number 90, we're almost done, is be a contrarian and watch your net worth soar. If you buy the same stock everybody else buys, I've said it before, but you won't make money in the long run because who's the incremental investor to push it higher? You got to be contrarian. And just be aware of bubbles. They occur. And hundreds of years ago in Europe, there was a tulip bubble. And everybody chased the momentum and kept buying these tulip bulbs, which kept going up in price an insane amount. And if you weren't a contrarian, you lost your shirt. And human nature repeats itself always. All right, next up is big companies cannot Innovate. And I'll always bet on 2 girls or 2 guys in a garage to change the world instead of a big company. Always, always. Small groups of people can always change the world. Always, always, always. I think it's a competitive advantage. And Jeff Bezos, the way he runs Amazon, is he won't let any meeting take place if more than 2 pizzas are required to feed the room. That's why Amazon's still very successful. They're big, but they kind of run like a startup. Big companies cannot innovate. Remember that to the same extent, especially I should say if a founder leaves. I should correct that. Yeah, if a founder leaves, especially because after Steve Jobs left Apple, as much as I love Apple, what have they done? You know, they made a watch which is doing okay. They don't publish the number of watches they sell because they're probably not selling as many as they thought they should have. I don't know. I still don't know what the killer app is for this thing. I've got it, or I put it aside here. Actually, it's over here. I wear it, and I met Johnny Ive at a San Francisco MoMA dinner event. We were honoring him, and right before this thing came out, and I said to Johnny, I talked to him, and he's the guy. He used to the British dude with the short hair, with a British accent. He speaks good than all of us. Nice guy, very serious though. I asked him. I said, "What's the killer app for this?" And he said, "We don't know yet, but perhaps the haptic feedback," which by the way is just vibration. That's what it means. But he sounded really smart by saying haptic feedback. He said perhaps the haptic feedback will be a way for families, and I enjoy it. I have the product, but he said it's a way for, say, a husband and wife, they're in bed together. And not that, but there's a newborn baby in the middle, sleeping with them. And the husband gets up, or the wife, whatever, to go to work. And if the alarm goes off, it wakes up the baby and it's disaster. So this is another way to wake you up, whatever, because it vibrates on your wrist. But he didn't know what the killer app was at the time. But since Steve Jobs, God bless him, has moved on, they haven't really done anything too radically different. Like they made a bigger iPad, a thinner iPad, a bigger iPhone, a cheaper iPhone. Yeah. So anyway, I don't think that big companies can innovate as much if the founder has left. So don't ever feel intimidated by a big company, because don't forget that Apple was basically Steve Wozniak and Steve Jobs in a garage taking on IBM successfully. Yeah. Yeah. So there it is. There it is. The computer changed my life. Yeah. Yeah. All right. And I'm going to show this commercial to you now. This commercial you're about to see was only shown one time in history. It was shown in 1984 during the Super Bowl. And 1984 is the title of a book by a brilliant man who wrote Animal Farm. The man's name is George Orwell, about an awful future where we're slaves to the government, whatever. And so what happened was this commercial was only shown once. And it was 1984 during the Super Bowl. It cost $1 million to make. And Ridley Scott was the guy who directed. He did Gladiator as well as Top Gun. It was brilliant. It was brilliant. And as you watch it, obviously you'll know which character represents Apple and which character represents Big Blue or IBM. And the woman actually that represents Apple was Sylvester Stallone's wife at the time. So check it out. I hope you enjoy this. And while you watch it, just remember that one person or a couple of people, small groups of people, can destroy a big company.
Today we celebrate the first glorious anniversary of the information purification directives. We have created for the first time in all history a garden of pure ideology where each worker may bloom, secure from the pests, obeying contradictory thoughts. Our unification of thoughts is more powerful a weapon than any fleet or army on earth. We are one people, with one will, one resolve, one cause. Our enemies shall talk themselves to death, and we will bury them with their own confusion. We shall prevail.
January 24th, Apple Computer will introduce Macintosh. And you'll see why 1984 won't be like 1984.
It's pretty powerful. Okay. Next up is the most important chart ever made. Okay. And I know I've talked a lot about a lot of important things so far, but this is the most important thing. Okay. So everything I've talked about so far is a bit important, and we've seen a lot of charts in business. This one is crucial. Please pay attention. Okay. Here it is. Right here we have pie I've eaten. And right here we have pie I've not yet eaten. No? I feel like that was Phil Dunphy from Modern Family. I feel like that guy. People used to say that they remind me I remind them of Phil Dunphy, the father from the dad humor stuff from Modern Family. Okay, I'll move on. Okay, that was a joke. All right. The real number 92 is this. Ready? This is good. This is powerful. Form your own opinions, dummy. All right. And I'm saying dummy with love in my heart. I don't want you to rely on anybody else's opinion. I want you to rely on your own opinions always. You might think you're a cat, adorable cat like that. You look in the mirror. You're not. You're a ferocious lion, right? You're king or queen of the jungle. Nobody can touch you. Vincent van Gogh said, if you hear a voice in you that says you cannot paint, then by all means paint, and that voice will be silenced. Arthur Ashe, great tennis player, he said, one important key to success is self-confidence. An important key to self-confidence is preparation. Over-prepare for everything, dude. Everything. And that will help with your confidence big time. If you prepare more than anybody else does for a presentation or a sports match or anything in business, you're going to enjoy it and you're going to kick ass. Every battle is won before it's been fought. I think, therefore, I am. Next up, Eleanor Roosevelt. Oh, this is a good one. Eleanor Roosevelt said, you wouldn't worry so much about what others think of you if you realized how seldom they do. It's powerful. And if you guys want, you can do a screen print and all these too. Let me go back a couple screens. If you want, take a screen print. I'll go through it fast. Don't worry. So take a screen print here, whatever. I'll give you 3 seconds to do it. Next one here. And you can put this on your iPhone or Android handset as a whatever. And then one more here. Here we go. And Eleanor Roosevelt, by the way, she also had another great quote, which was something along the lines of, they're going to criticize you anyway, so you might as well just do it. Okay. Oh, I love this picture. This one's awesome. Look how adorable that cat is. You yourself, as much as anyone in the entire universe, deserves your love and affection. Buddha. You got to love yourself. Mark Twain, he's great. He said, 20 years from now, you will be more disappointed by the things you did not do than by the ones you did do. So throw away the bowlines. Sail away from safe harbor. Catch the trade winds in your sail. Explore, dream, discover. Brilliant. Brilliant. All right. So form your own opinions, please. All right. Number 93 is Take That Walk. I was inspired by Gandhi with the Salt March. And I actually tried to, I tried my best to find one with a lot of people following. It cost a fortune. Like I got a lot of these for free, they're royalty free, but there's one that cost $100 that I was tempted to. I didn't pull the trigger, but great man. But so Steve Jobs used to go on these long walks every day at 1 o'clock. And I do it as well. And I put it on my schedule a lot of times. Take that walk. And when you go for a walk, it helps you to think differently. It helps you to release serotonin. It's like when you exercise, when you feel like crap, and then you do a little bit of weights, whatever, or exercise, it releases serotonin in your brain, makes you happier. And this thing rewards this thing. And a lot of my best ideas, I think about when I'm walking. I've written entire courses on long walks. I used to take 12 to 14-hour walks by myself. And it was life-changing. And it's fun too. You can bring some tunes if you want, classical music, whatever. And then just go to a Starbucks or Tim Hortons or coffee shop like that, whatever it is. And just collect your thoughts. Yeah. It'll allow you to kind of get outside your own body and see the forest from the trees and where you are in life and where you want to be. Yeah. All right. Next up, we've got passion for platforms. That's a road, obviously. So the best type of business models you can create are ones where you own the road, and cars go on the road and you can charge the cars or the toll booths. Kind of like Facebook is a platform for social media. I don't trust them. It's amazing. Facebook actually doesn't publish anything, but they make money by publishing other people's stuff because it's a platform. They're a toll keeper. Airbnb. Who would have thought that the most important hotel company in the world wouldn't own a single hotel? They're a platform. Same thing with Uber. Who would have thought that the biggest taxi company in the world now, Uber, doesn't own a single taxi? They own the platform. That's how I want you to think about business models. Because once you own the road, then you can charge the car, so to speak. And you get other people to be incentivized to populate your platform. It's brilliant. eBay's done it. Microsoft did it with Windows, iOS, Google. It's amazing. It's incredible. All right. Next up, we have don't respect tradition, respect innovation. I was trying to be innovative here as much as I could. Everything is going to be disrupted. And product cycles are getting shorter and shorter and shorter now. And disruption is happening faster. But just don't respect tradition. I'm not saying you be a jerk, whatever, but just always question everything. Every product can be disrupted. Microsoft Windows used to be the most dominant operating system platform on every device, basically. And then Windows CE never worked. Like, Microsoft really should own the smaller form factor operating system market. They don't. Don't respect tradition. Respect innovation. Always, always, always. Yeah. I had a lot of fun making that slide. All right. So please go to your workbook and click on 16 on the cover page, number 16. And then spend 3 minutes, as always, please, writing down notes on how you can apply the lessons in section 16 to enhance your career. You got 3 minutes. Go. Section 17. It's crucial to find your passion. You be you. It's a little cloudy, but what are we looking at there? Number 17. You be you. We save the best for last here. Okay. So I want you to be honest and speak from the heart always. Just be yourself. You know, people might not remember what you said, but they'll never forget the way you made them feel. That's a great quote from Maya Angelou. But just be you, man. Just be you. Don't be a robot. Don't be Data from Star Trek. You know, be Kirk. Or Ursula. Just be yourself. And when you're up there on stage, if you mess up, whatever, you ever see somebody on stage and they kind of mess up a bit and you start liking them a lot more because they're a real person? Oh, you kind of like that. Just be yourself. Don't give a damn what anyone thinks. You got this far in life and your family and friends love you for being you. So why try to be somebody else? You know, when you were younger in school, you were yourself. Everyone loved you. Then you start working, you get older and you're in the workforce, whatever, and you're not being yourself. Why? What's the point? Do you know that when a senior executive walks by you in a big company, and if you suck up to them, or if you're not yourself, do you know that they don't respect you more for that? They lose respect for you. And even worse, your colleagues hate you for it. Just be yourself. It's too hard to try to be somebody else anyway. And as Dr. Seuss said, the great thing about having kids is when you read them books at night, sometimes I feel like the author of the book is talking in two languages, one to me and one to my kids. You know, it's like The Simpsons. It's so brilliantly written, The Simpsons. When I used to watch it, my parents were around. My parents would laugh every now and then when they were half paying attention because it was written at a different level. Like they would quote old movies and stuff, whatever. But Dr. Seuss, he said, those who mind don't matter, and those who matter don't mind. Just be yourself. Everybody else is taken. All right, next up is listen to your spouse. They love you. They fell in love with a certain person that was themselves, and that person might have changed a bit. Go back to being you. Listen to your spouse. They will help you. They'll help you a lot. They'll be your Senate, your sober second look when you have an idea that you're not sure if you should pull the trigger on, so to speak, career-wise. You know, sometimes you'll look to get advice from lots of people and you forget that your life partner, the one you can trust most in life, is right beside you. Remember why you got married in the first place? You know, only my wife can tell me that I'm wearing a shirt that went out of style 8 million years ago. I thought plaid was still in style. It's not, apparently. Or if I've dyed my hair too dark, I'm getting better now. But it used to be a little bit too dark at times. Listen to them. Listen to them. Yeah. So there's that guy too. He looks kind of cool. It's funny. All right. You be you. Listen to yourself. Next up, don't let anyone rent space in your head. Don't ever be somebody else's prisoner. Don't give a damn what they think about you. Because as you become more successful, they're going to backstab you anyway. And remember, unjustified criticism is nothing more than a disguised compliment. Get them out of your head. F them. Those who mind don't matter, and those who matter don't mind. I had to say that one again. Don't let anyone rent space in your head. Live your life to make yourself happy. Don't live someone else's life to make them happy. All right, next up we've got take time for you, damn it. Yeah. You got to schedule time for yourself. Like when you make the one pagers, and you can always download that again from, I'll tell you in a second. It's kind of complicated, the link, but I'm going to show you the graphic in a minute. But take time for you. Like, I don't know, if you're stressed out, like schedule time in for you to unwind and binge watch Curb Your Enthusiasm, if that makes you laugh. Or I don't know, rent that movie you've been dying to see for a while. Or take a day off from work and don't go because you're mentally drained. Take time for you. Take time for you. Schedule time for you. Otherwise, you'll burn out. And what's the point? Got to make yourself happy. And if you don't laugh every day, you got to find a way to laugh every day. What made you laugh when you were younger? Like when I started today's lecture, I sat in that chair. That made me happy. Put yourself back in that situation. Remember the trigger point. The trigger point is an event that occurred in your life that made you so insanely happy that when you think of it, again, shivers just thinking about it. And this one here, this is the Jose Batista one here. And by the way, if you're curious, these here are rookie cards for Dave Stieb and George Bell, another great Blue Jay player. And I have Velcro because I have a man cave. I built out the attic by myself. It's a hack job. I don't give a damn. It's fun. I learned a lot too. And I put these all on the ceiling, every Blue Jay card. So anyway, don't grow up, people. Okay. Just be the happy you were years ago. You be you. Take time for you. Yes, I collect baseball cards still. Oh, 1-Up. I love it. I love video games. I love playing Mario when I was a kid. Is it Mario or Mario? I always forget. And now when my kids ask me, Daddy, can you help me with Super Mario Galaxy or Super Mario Odyssey is a new one? Ow, don't pull my arm too hard. I'll be there in a second and help you. I love it. I love it. But I wrote here, you're never too old to start over. You're never too old to start over. You're not. You're not. Colonel Sanders, he actually used to live in my hometown in Mississauga, which is just outside Toronto, which has a bigger population, Mississauga, than San Francisco, but most people don't know it. But Colonel Sanders, he started KFC. And it's interesting. It was actually for marketing reasons. They rebranded Kentucky Fried Chicken to KFC to de-emphasize the letter F for fried. But when Colonel Sanders, he failed a lot in business his entire life. Then he was 65. Way before I was born, he was 65 and he started KFC and he made it huge. He did really, really well. So you're never too old to start over. And people today are living 26 years longer than they did back in the 1950s. So if you're 65, you're not, you're 39. And you're never too young to change the world as well. Look at the Beatles. I've actually got them. Can you see it up there? Yeah, at the top there. Awesome. The Beatles up there. That's Abbey Road. And by the way, oh, this is awesome. The reason why they did that album cover, and it was so innovative at the time because it was the first album cover without the name of the band. But they were the most four recognizable people on the planet. But I gotta go off script and get this. But they were going to go to Mount Everest because this is going to be the Triumph, their last big album. Ended up not being their last album. And then what happened was they, I don't know, life got in the way and John was spending time with Yoko and Paul was spending time with Linda and whatever. And they're like, screw it. I don't want to go to Everest. That's a lot of work, man. So the name of the studio they were recording was called Abbey Road. And they walked right outside Abbey Road and you're like, screw it. Let's do it. Let's just take a picture here. Let me get it. I want to show it to you. So the Beatles, and I have to talk about this because, you know, they're the Beatles, but they did all their brilliance in their 20s. In their 20s. Unbelievable. So if you think you're too young to change the world, these guys did it in their 20s. In their 20s. It's unbelievable. And by the way, if you're older like me, and you always wanted to start a rock band, F it, do it now. You'll be the first 80-year-old rock star. Someone's got to do it. We're living longer anyway, so you're not 80 or 70, 60, 54. Yeah. All right. So I want to go through this here quickly. I want to show this to you. All right. So Abbey Road, it's because it's cool. And we're going to study this in marketing, but I have to do it now. I just have to. I'll show it to you here, actually. What you've got here is they went outside and they took a picture. And they learned that controversy sells in marketing, okay? So what they did was this. There was a rumor that Paul McCartney was dead. There was a rumor he was dead. In fact, if you listen to the end of Strawberry Fields and you play it backwards, it says, I buried Paul. Although John Lennon said it actually says cranberry sauce. It says I buried Paul. They're messing around with the media. And there was a rumor. And then what happened was that rumor spread for a long, long time. And here in Sgt. Pepper's, there's a patch on Paul's shoulder here. You see this? I got to make sure the light's not there. Okay, good. Hold on. Right there. And people thought that said OPD, but it actually, like, officially pronounced dead, OPD. That's actually OPP. Yeah, you know me. OPP is Ontario Provincial Police. OPP, because I used to live in the province of Ontario. We used to call them Ontario Party Poopers. And then right here, I think this is the best one to show here. Let me get it right, because this is fascinating. Check this out. This is cool. Being controversial helps you sell, like Mark Benioff. Damn it. Okay, here we go. So you can see here, this is a funeral procession. And so John Lennon's in white there, okay, and he's the priest. Then you've got Ringo Starr, the drummer. He's wearing, he's the pallbearer, the guy that carries the coffin. Then in the back, you got the gravedigger, which is George Harrison. And then you've got Paul McCartney, who's in bare feet, smoking. See the cigarette there in his hand? Signifying death, because they even knew back in the 60s, hey man, smoking's bad. And if you look closely, this here is a Volkswagen Beetle. It's reverse here, right? Right here, Beetle. It's clever. And the license plate, if you zoom in, it's probably hard to see here, but it says 28 if, meaning if Paul McCartney were alive, he'd be 28. They were playing around with it, but controversy sells. Maybe I have to hold it up here, and Matt, you can zoom in if you want. There we go. Yeah. Anyway, so that's pretty cool. And even on the back, people thought this guy was a skeleton or something, whatever. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool. So it was neat. Yeah. So, and initially with this album, they wanted to put, which is, oh my God, it's genius. They wanted to put it in a paper bag. George Martin, the producer, did, because they thought they were going to get sued by people here, Bob Dylan, everyone, but whatever. A little bit off topic there, but interesting nonetheless. I got to pull this over here because we're going to talk about this in a minute. All right, we're still recording. Great. Yeah, so you're never too old to start over again, right? And just remember that John Lennon song, "Starting Over." And I actually met Annie Leibovitz, who took the picture of John Lennon, actually, and I got to show you this really quickly, because I met her. She's the best photographer of the last century. She's amazing. And she was at a benefit just around the corner here that I went to. And I got to meet with her, and she's amazing. But let me show you, actually. So Annie Leibovitz, and there's a reason I'm showing this, okay? Annie Leibovitz, I asked her also, like I do with everybody, why are you successful? And she had some unbelievable things to say. But you've seen a lot of her pictures, right? So, yeah, Leonardo DiCaprio. You've seen the cover of Vanity Fair, Demi Moore, and all that stuff. There she is. There, she's wonderful. Star Wars. She did the last. Oh, right before. My goodness, before she passed away. That's right. Just amazing pictures. But I asked her, why are you successful? And she said because her, my favorite actress in history here. She said because when I was younger, my father was in the Army, and we moved around all over the world and all over America. And so I spent my youth in the back of a station wagon, a car. And I saw America through a different vantage point because I was looking outside the window. And that window was a metaphor for a frame, for a picture, right? Is that right? Like that. Yeah. A frame. And so she saw things differently. And let me show you, I'll show you the John Lennon picture she took, actually, on the day he died. And my God, this is brutal. But the day that John Lennon was shot, she did a photo shoot, okay? And she was working for Rolling Stone at the time. And she took, like this picture here, right, was one of them. That's Yoko Ono and John Lennon, obviously. And initially, I'll just show you these ones here. So initially, Yoko wasn't supposed to be in the photo shoot. And John said, no, she has to be. And I only agree to do this photo shoot if you put Yoko on the cover of the Rolling Stone magazine with me. And so what she did was, this is it here, yeah. This is the cover here, yeah. So what happened was, he was, some jerk named Mark David Chapman took away John Lennon's life with a gun at the Dakota on the Upper West Side in 1980, I think. And then after the guy after he shot Lennon, he was leaning against. I'll show you that picture there. Sorry, I'm going to scroll down. He was leaning against a lamppost, waiting for the police to arrive, reading "Catcher in the Rye." Yeah, out there, I know. But, and so the editor of Rolling Stone, of course, they wanted to put John Lennon on the cover with something along the lines of the day the music died or something. Just John Lennon. And he said, absolutely not. Yoko's got to be there as well. I promised John Lennon. Yeah. But she showed a couple more pictures how she saw things differently. Like she took a picture of Nixon when he was no longer the president of the United States. And for those of you who don't know about this, Richard Nixon used to be a president who was no longer, he was booted for lying about something. Yeah. And so she showed the picture and she told me how she wanted to think differently from the peer group, from other people. And so she took this picture here and everybody took the picture of Nixon going, I'm not a criminal, when he left when he went in the helicopter. And you can Google that if you want. But here's a picture she took, which was pretty cool, man. And she waited until Nixon was in the helicopter leaving the White House lawn. She was there. And there's the Washington Memorial right there. And she took a picture here of these three dudes here putting their hands in their hat so that hat didn't blow away, which is pretty cool. So anyway, yeah, pretty interesting. But I had to pull the Beatles into that. It's kind of cool. It's neat. I love the Beatles. Yeah. All right, let's move on now. Number 101, frustration leads to reinvention. And I had to end with my favorite Pixar movie ever, with the best soundtrack ever, the movie Up. Where you have this older dude whose wife passed away. It was sad. He's a grumpy old guy, and he and a young guy. You're never too young to go on a great journey, and you're never too old to start again. And they find themselves. They find friendship. They meet Kevin the bird. They see a dog who's just like me who goes squirrel. Yeah. So anyway, yeah. Frustration leads to reinvention. And I finished off my book there with, I think it was on the second last page, with frustration leads to breakthroughs. Frustration leads to reinvention. Find your professional passion and end your frustration. Welcome. Welcome to the new you. Welcome to whatever your name is, version 2.0. Welcome. All right, so please go to your workbook and click on number 17, meaning section 17, which is on the second page of your workbook, okay? Then I want you to spend 3 minutes writing down notes on how you can apply the lessons in section 17 to enhance your career. You be you. Take 3 minutes to do this now, please. Okay. Homework time, which is shukudai. Shukudai, I think, in Japanese, right? Homework. In addition to writing the quiz for today's lecture, like you do with all lectures, please use the contents or many of the 59 lessons that you document today in your workbook and apply them to your daily schedule template, meaning this bad boy here, this thing here, okay? And you can download the daily schedule template in several different document formats from this web address here, all lowercase as always, haroonventures.com/lowercase, remember, PG-1-1-1. There's 3 1s there, okay? 3-1-1-1. And like you did last class, I want you to alter the structure of this so it incorporates a lot of the 101 goals or lessons that you wrote down so that you can create your perfect life and your perfect daily schedule. Yeah. We are now done with today's class. Thank you.